Telesford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani. Board Member Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. Written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 7:30 p.m. on June 27, 2022, and that said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange, Maplewood Village, South Maplewood Township, and South Orange Village clerks and editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and Village Green. Whereas the Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meetings Act requires all meetings of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to be held in public. NJSA 10:4-12B sets forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session or closed session without the public being permitted to attend. And whereas the board has determined that some issues permitted by NJSA 10:4-12B to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed during an executive or closed session to be held today, Thursday, August 25th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. And whereas the 9 exceptions, and whereas the issues to be probably discussed fall within exceptions for number 1, for HIV reporting, personnel, safety and security update, litigation, and negotiations. Whereas the length of the executive session in the closed session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. Now therefore be it resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education will go into executive session, closed session for the above stated reasons only, and be it further resolved that the board hereby declares that its discussion of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure. So that was a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, that appears to be unanimous. Mr. Burnside, we're now adjourning to executive session. Thank you. And we're not doing a roll call again. Oops. Right. All right, we are now back in regular session. Good evening again, everybody. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes for July 18th and July 21st. Any questions? Board Member Whitletter.
Well, in the email you said that you were going to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just going to say that the minutes, in my opinion, don't reflect what transpired on July 18th. And I had asked for some amendments to include that information, and that request was denied. So I just cannot approve the minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Any other comments or questions?
First and second.
Oh, I didn't do it yet. I'm going to do it now. All right. I guess, all right. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes. Can I have a second? And then we'll do roll call.
There's two more comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see. I don't see any hands.
Ms.
So,
Wright, didn't you have your hand up? I saw your hand
I'll be ready for the vote. Thank you.
up. Okay.
thank you. All right. Mr. Burnside, can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Please call the roll to approve the minutes. I guess we'll start with July 18th first.
Board Member Bergen?
Yes.
I'm sorry, did she say yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Board President Joshua?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
No.
Board Member Siders?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter?
No.
Board Member Wright?
No.
Thank
Motion
you.
passes.
Please now call the roll to approve the minutes for, well, any concerns on the July 21st minutes? Okay. Well, I did, okay. I'll make a motion to bring forth the minutes of July 21st executive session, special meeting. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, we're now in discussion. Any questions on the July 21st, closed special session meeting minutes? All right, seeing none, close discussion. Mr. Burnside, please call the roll to approve the minutes for the July 21st special session.
Board Member Wright? Yes.
Board Member Wright, can't hear you. Let's come back to her.
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter, thank you. Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Siders?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
Yes. Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Board Member, okay. Motion passes.
Thank you. Give me a second here. I got too many screens open. All right, I'll now turn it over to Dr. Taylor for the superintendent's update.
Thank you, Board President. Hello, SOMSD community. Thank you for taking time out of your summer evening to join us today. Before we move to our scheduled presentation, I'd like to share a few important updates with you. An important reminder, our Safety and Security Virtual Town Hall event is scheduled for this Monday, August 29th. Please join us as we discuss the latest information regarding this important topic. This meetings panel will include both towns' police chiefs, as well as our new Director of Community Security and Safety, Mr. Stanley Valls. This week, our new teachers began their journey with us. We launched their new teacher orientation this week with a spirited welcome from our board president and our district administrators prior to their professional development. Thanks to the work of our construction partners, the business office, and our facilities department, all schools that are under construction are on time to reopen for our students, per the previously released district calendar. For more information on our active projects, please check out our website under Long Range Facilities Plan. I am happy to also share that in response to the advocacy received, we have worked with Principal Sanchez and his team to reschedule the Columbia High School graduation to alleviate the concerns about the June 26th date. The new CHS graduation date is June 21st, 2023 at Cody Arena. More information will be shared from the CHS leadership team directly to the class of 2023. We as a district will be releasing our 2022-2023 school year Return to School Guidebook to all in our community early next week. It will reflect the latest guidance that we will be adhering to regarding COVID-19. A special thank you to our Reopening of Schools Task Force, which included representatives from all of our departments, including our schools, principals, APs, and our partners from SOMEA. This group gave up days of their summer to support our vital work to successfully reopen our schools. I'd like to also recognize our human resource team and district administrators for all their efforts in filling our vacancies expeditiously, ensuring that we are ready to open school on day one. As has been widely reported, the public education landscape is a very challenging space right now. The teacher shortage and professional movement occurring between school districts is unprecedented. I'd like to thank our principals, assistant principals, academic supervisors, and SLT members for their hard work this week in our annual summer district admin team meetings. We focus heavily on continuing our work around school climate and culture improvement and strategies in connection with the social and emotional needs of our students and staff. Lastly, at a recent board meeting, the board requested that we share the latest information regarding Columbia High School's pass-fail academic data. This information was reviewed in our board's Curriculum and Instruction Committee meeting. Feedback and questions were collected. It was then shared with the full board and additional questions were offered. This evening, we will be presenting the updated information to you, our community. Thank you to Ms. Bodner, Principal Sanchez, Dr. Bean Folks, Mr. and Ms. Bahoudin, and our Student Information Systems Lead, Mr. Basara, for all your contributions to this analysis. We will now shift to a virtual presentation with the aforementioned professionals.
Good evening, South Orange Maplewood School District. We are so pleased to be here tonight to discuss with you a little bit about what went on last year. We learned an awful lot by really digging deep into the data, seeing things that are working really well and will be continuing to do next year, and then some areas that we need to continue to focus on. But we've seen some promising growth in some of the programs that we've put in last year, and we are excited to expand them next year and then try some new interventions to hopefully keep moving our students forward. So I'm going to turn it over now to Principal Sanchez and Dr. Beam Folks. Mr. Misbahoudin could not be with us tonight, but he definitely put in a lot of hard work in gathering this data and analyzing it with us. So off to Mr. Sanchez, please. Mr. Sanchez, we can't hear you.
You just missed some brilliant comments there, but in any case, why don't we start in our next slide, Mr. Bonds, to start off with some success stories of where we are. Today we hosted the first of our freshman open houses, and we welcomed our youngest cohort, which was the class of 2026, and we gave them just a little bit of these facts as well, so they know where they could be, and not to be stressed, about the academic legacy of Columbia High School. But let's just look at, as I mentioned to them, 25% of all of our students made the fourth marking period honor roll. That's A's and B's. We're very impressed with that. An additional 15% of students made the fourth marking period high honor roll, which means only A's in every single class that they took. So 40% of our students are just, doing an incredible, just excelling incredibly well. I had the pleasure of reaching out to 6% of our total students who made the principals list. That what we're going to be seeing today, by the way, is just a fourth marking period grades. But I did want to point out that 6% of our students made the principals list, which is high honor roll for the entire year. Every single class, every single marking period was an A. At the same time, we're very excited. I know Dr. Taylor is going to be excited to hear next week when we announce who our National Merit Scholarship students will be. We already have a hint of 22 students. We don't know exactly whether they will be semifinalists or commended students, but last year, just wanted to point out that we had 16 commended and semifinalists. So we keep doing better and better. Over the summer, we also look at our AP scores. So if Mr. Bonds, I just wanted to point out that as you can see here, we had 614 total students taking AP tests. That's just 3 less than last year, but we definitely had over 50 tests. So we had more students, we had less students taking more tests. So we had 1,100 tests in 2022, and that was just 20 short of our high water mark 4 years ago. And by the way, we're still missing some tests from some of our classes. So we can see this will be getting better. We also improved from last year of how many of our AP students had scores of 3 or higher. So again, more students taking tests than last year, and also increasing that important mark of the percentage of students scoring a 3. 3, 4, and 5 is a passing score on AP. If you just look over to the next slide, you can see we improved last year. Our total number of scholar score went to a 3.97 from a 3.93. We hope again to get some more scholars as our AP Lit scores start coming in. So very successful in that aspect. And we already know that we have an increase of registered students, especially minority students, for AP classes for next year, which was one of our goals this year with our partnership with EOS. So let's look at the fourth marking period grades, if you don't mind. And you can see there, this is just an overview of the entire fourth marking period grades. You can see 60% of our grades, our students achieved an A. So 60% of the grades were an A. That's over 10,000 fourth marking period grades. And then you can see, obviously, B would be the second highest, C, then D, then F. The F was 3%. Thanks to, excellent board member question. The question was, well, we have 545 Fs in the fourth marking period. Well, is that 500 students? What are we talking about? So when we were able to break it down and look into it, it's actually 131 students that failed more than one class. So in reality, when we're looking at our students who really need the most support, again, 131 students are the ones who failed more than one class. So that was something we pointed out. The next few slides, you will see our breakdown grades by grade level. The reason we want to do that is we want to see if we have our freshmen, as they're transitioning to the bigger high school, are they getting, less amount of high mark grades, or are they doing, better? One of the things we started, and I know that Dr. Bean folks will talk about, is a humanities course for just a couple cohorts of freshmen as a way to transition into the high school better. And we're very excited about expanding that into next year as well. So you can see that the grades pretty much, if you recall, we said the F for all grades was about 3. Well, for ninth grade, it was 3.2 in just this fourth marking period. A's went from 60 to 57%. So I don't want to have to break down every single grade, but I just wanted to show you that that's something we definitely look at to see how the different grade levels are doing. In addition to looking at the percentage of grades, you go to the next slide, we start to see how many grades of the raw number grades, how many are achieved by our Asian students, Black students, Hispanic students, mixed race students, and white students. It's very important for us to look at that as we delve deeper into our equity work that we're doing with EOS, as well with our teachers. The next slide, you see specifically, and these are the slides that really, for our team, is something that we really are going to be focusing on, talking with our teachers, talking with our students as well, to break down reasons and how we can stem this tide. So let me just give you a breakdown. What we do is not only look at the grades, we look at the breakdown by ethnicity. So the percentage of A's, which is the column all the way to the left, and you can see that 60% of A's were achieved by white students, right? And so that's that light orange, at least on my computer screen, it's a very light orange on the top. But then on the left-hand side, you'll see a smaller box, which just reminds you of the Columbia High School racial breakdown demographics from the Department of Education's school performance reports from last year. So it said we had 51% of our population is white. And so again, if we're looking at 60% of the A's went to white, yet only 51% of our population is white. Where do we see student groups struggling or exceeding? So for example, our Hispanic students make up 8% of our population, but only make up 4% of the A's, right? And unfortunately for our Hispanic Latino students, they make up 15% of the Fs, right? And so this is a really unfortunate trend that you will start to see on these slides, where the orange, for example, right, gets smaller and smaller as we go from A to F. And for example, with our Black students, which is the red, right, their percentage starts to grow as the grades get lower. And so that's where our work is being done, where we're looking with our INRS, where we're looking to see what support groups we can have. But that again is something that we definitely do analyze for our with our group. So that's just kind of along, by one grade. As you can see, Mr. Bonds, we can go through the 10th grade, the 11th grade, same concept, right? We look at the breakdown by grade level. Here's 10th grade. Then we look at the total number of grades by race through a bar graph, and then through a stacked graph, we can start looking at what the racial demographic breakdown is by grade. Same thing with 11th grade. We could continue again going from slide to slide. The one thing that we definitely do see is if you go to the 12th grade, is definitely a more 12th grade is where we start to see the F actually starts to shrink. We go from 3, sometimes 3.2 to 2.4, and that's that real concerted effort by our vice principal, our counseling department, of really ensuring that we have these students ready to graduate, and making sure, I mean, yes, they might have less classes too. I mean, I hate to say that, but definitely that effort to ensure that our students are ready to graduate from Columbia. So this is probably some of the better news, but you'll see, for example, with our seniors and A's, also outperforms the mean of the other grade levels. But if you keep going, you'll see, one more slide, please, Mr. Bonds, that trend still continues there. So some of the things that we definitely talked about is that we're going to be adding to our breakdown is also to see socioeconomics within that element, not just by race, and also years in the district. We think that's going to be a very important marker for us. And finally, the biggest marker, which is part of the risk ratio that we've been talking about for several months, is attendance, right? Is to how to ensure that we already know and see the correlation between attendance and grades and failure. So that's going to be our major focus for this coming year. So that was with the grades breakdown, the 4th marking period. So we definitely had better grades than what we saw when we first came to talk in the beginning of the year of last year overall. So that was definitely something that was positive. And so we were very happy about that, but we know there's much work to do. As you mentioned, Miss Bahadine isn't able to attend today, but I'm very, very fortunate to work with a cadre of supervisors who support the vice principals and really lead our teachers with important work of discussing data and talking about implementation or interventions that can work. So if we don't mind, let's go to the Star Renaissance data for Algebra 1. Now, I just want to point out that we use the Star Renaissance data in 2 departments, right? English, language arts, and in math. But in math, we only use it for Algebra 1. And Algebra 1 is probably the smallest enrolled class for our high school students. Many of our South Orange and Maplewood students take Algebra 1 in middle school. Nevertheless, we do Star Renaissance test. We do it 3 times a year. As you can see, we set a benchmark in October. We followed up in February, and then finally we have June. Just to note, as you can see, we probably have about 170, 75 students in those courses. As you can see, we only had 135 test takers. That's because the test was given in the final, 2 weeks of school, and we probably didn't have enough time to get those students to retake it. Nevertheless, you can see that in between the benchmark October to February, our students, although they still may have had still some urgent intervention that was needed, the ADO above benchmark did increase, which was something that we were very happy that Jamil was pleased with. If you go to the next slide, you can see that actually it was pretty comparable. So when you want to do is when you have these kind of I don't want to say third-party contractors, but Star Renaissance is not something that our teachers have created as part of their benchmark test. You do want to see if it correlates with the grades that or with the quizzes and tests that our students are doing in the class. And actually, you can see that does not differ dramatically among our students. So I think that's important, that it's a authentic test or an authentic platform for our students and teachers to practice to use the data. And the same thing, if you go to the next slide, will show you that you can see that by specific race groups. So that Jamil here is picking out the Black students compared to white students, where more total Black students were at above benchmark. But by percentage, white students did better off overall. So again, something that for us, when we start looking at our percentages, we have to keep an eye on. Now, again, this is only Algebra 1. I'm sorry, the next slide too also looks at Algebra 1, and it looks at grades and the failure data of our Black students in comparison to our white students. This is something that Jamil has brought with his teachers, and his teachers have worked with Mr. and Ms. Bahabuddin to discuss and come up with interventions. I will say this is just Algebra 1, and we do look forward. I know it was a curveball thrown to us from the state of an additional online assessment, but the Start Strong test that will come to us in September will allow us to have some data points for students beyond Algebra 1 for our students in Algebra 2 and geometry. So that's something that we think we can definitely use at Columbia. Was there something, Ms. Bodner, that you recall from Mr. and Ms. Bahabuddin's conversation about the Algebra 1 as we go to the next slide that you just wanted to point out? I mean, again, this was the longitudinal data that he had. Again, students doing a little better in regards to the total enrollment of the classes, but again, you can start to see that in 2014, 2015, we had 388 students taking Algebra 1 at the high school, and now we're only at 200 students. And so those are things, the conversations that Camille was having with his middle school compatriots, and talking about the ideal placement for these classes, these high school math classes, whether they really should be more in high school for all students, right? For all students. So that's
Principal Sanchez?
Yes, sir.
I'll just chime in. I do recall this rich conversation, and it was less about a grade over grade comparison and more about some of the underlying impacts that could be linked to the access and equity policy that was enacted in that 2014-15 year. And the fact that we as a district, we don't cap what a student could register for in middle school. And so we do have a number of students who are taking high-level math courses in their middle school years. And that's what you can see through that comparison is maybe an unintentional consequence or outcome from that policy regarding student choice on their mathematic classes and the selection of those. Just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
No, absolutely, right. And you right on that bottom, enrollment of the year has all of that for you. So in the next slide, you could just see some of the STEM supports that were put in at the high school level this year. Students with lower math grades were tagged as at risk students, and that included some of our middle school students who became, who were this year's freshmen, right? So now rising sophomores. As soon as they came into Columbia High School, we had them tagged and asked if they would like to have more support and remediation. Much of that was done through their lunch period, so they didn't have to rearrange their entire schedule. So they didn't have to lose classes that they wanted to take. Now, unfortunately, because it was during lunch, not many students took advantage of it every single day. But those students who did take advantage of it did see increases. So that was something that we would like to see expanded. Slam Lab was staffed, of course, always during lunch periods and the last periods of the day. That continued to happen, and we did not take any of those Slam Lab teachers to cover classes when people were absent.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Bonds, would you just go to the next slide, please?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. And then we're going to continue this with the differences with the lunchtime help. We're going to have that not directly teacher to teacher every single time, but it will be through the Slam Lab, so that will continue. Students over the summer were being offered help for free with their summer assignments. That was great to see kids all summer coming in and working with their future teachers. And we're going to give you some data about that in a second. Pre-Calc honors and AP Calc students were also offered week-long sessions going over some of the prerequisite skills to help them with the summer assignment. And again, that's one of those things that we're really looking forward to, is not just asking students to take that jump and take AP, but then also producing programs to support the students who are taking that jump in an AP class. So if you go to the next slide, you can see for the AP Calc prep, this is basically everyone. This is what the first group there. You can see the percentage of students. We have 61% white students that will be in AP Calc. 16% of our of the students are Black. 13% mixed. But what's really nice is of those who are attending, right, of the 135 students that are in that course, the 93 students who have signed up, it does match and correlate with the percentage of students based on the racial demographics. We hope that will help our students across demographics, but that's what we're excited about, part of this summer program. I know sometimes we were worried that we wouldn't have some students of color if they were available over the summer, but no, that hasn't been the case. It's been a good percentage of students that we see. If we go to the next chart, pre-calc honors invited, again, very similar. Black students went from 18% to 15%, but again, something that we are just starting and we will be talking more and more about, and we thank our central office and our Board of Education colleagues for funding this, because this is a new initiative. And we also had AP, humanities classes running for a week. It wasn't remedial summer school, but it was summer work and getting ready for the course. So that's very exciting. And then I think based on questions from the board, that we added the risk ratio for math, and that's the next slide. Mr. Bonds, we looked at, this was level 4 geometry, algebra 2, pre-calc, right? So we looked at how many students, so when you see total instances, we're looking at 27 Asian students, basically how many of those 27 failed, and then what that risk ratio was, if you will. And so you can see that a Black student was 8.8 times more likely to fail than a white cohort member. And so these are the things, this was in the regular ed class. And this is the data that Jamil does give his teachers at the end of the year to discuss strategies and to discuss and brainstorm reasons why.
Hey, Mr. Sanchez,
Yes, sir.
could I butt in real quick? I just don't want to lose this. This is really important information. Mr. Bonds, can you go back just one more slide? Thank you. I just want to walk everyone through everything that's on the slide, but so that we're all on the same page and leave with the same information, right? So your first column there, of course, identifies the ethnicities of the students that we're talking about. And again, these two charts are measuring two different things, like level 3 and level 4, and the total instances, right? So you're looking at the total instances that we're measuring. And then the next column down is the number of failures that we're measuring against the total number of instances, right? And so when you look at that and you compare each of the ethnicities to one another, how likely, when comparing to one another, is a student to fail based on their ethnicity? So if you look at that first line with Asian students, there are 14 instances that are being measured, and there were 0 failures. And so the ratio of ethnicity to Asian students is 0. For Black students, when you look there, 338 instances are being measured, and there are 27 failures that are being measured against those instances, so on and so forth. I think it's really important for us to make sure that when we're reading these, that we understand each of the columns, because there's so much rich data in there. And then we look at that last column with the risk ratio, it's telling you again how likely a student is to receive an F in a level 3 math class last year. And next slide, please. Similar information, but again, level 4 students, geometry, algebra 2, and pre-cal, number of instances next to the ethnicities. That means the number of times that we're measuring something, and how many times when you're measuring against those instances do we see a failure. And then that leads to the likelihood, the risk ratio compared to that ethnicity, and of course, compared to all others, that gives you the overall risk ratio. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you, Principal Sanchez. You can move forward.
No, absolutely. And I know this is something that, for Jamil, as he was pointing out, that as we get level from levels, we get a little harder and harder, the risk ratio does jump, right? And part of that is, of course, to really work on those students who are not just failure, right, the 3, but then also increasing the total instances, right? If we can have more students, also students of color, taking these classes and receiving this, plus receiving the support that we are creating now, we would like to see, obviously, those numbers go down. In addition to math, Jamil was also in charge of science. And so in the next slide, you can see biology, physics, and chemistry. A Black student, so if you look here with 0.75, right, we have 265 Black students, only 5 failures. Black student was less likely than their non-Black peers to receive an F in level 3, right? But it's our Latino students here that we see very struggling in these classes of biology, physics, and chemistry. The next slide. Now we have 21, 22, biology, physics, chemistry, which would be level 4. I would assume that would mean the honors classes, right? So this is the honors classes. Then we see that the Black students are nearly 7% chance more of failing, and that's in these honors classes. And finally, we have in the AP classes, which is level 5, if you will, most interestingly would be our mixed race students with 15 instances and 1 failure in that AP. So we see definitely more successful examples in the AP. And so that is the actual science and math portion, and Dr. Bean Folks is here to really give us a breakdown, the same thing with Star Renaissance and risk ratio for our English and language arts. Dr. Bean Folks?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sanchez. So next slide, please. So as we enter into the ELA and the English department in the high school, one of the lenses that I used with Star Renaissance for reading, and that's what we're measuring, right, with Star Renaissance is reading, is I look at our percentile ranking and I look at the independent reading level, because reading is going to be most important whether you're in English, science, social studies, math, right? And so where are we and how are we doing? So when I look at 9th grade, our percentile ranking is above our district goal, which, by the way, our rankings in our percentile is higher than our district, and it's higher than the national average for the most part. But we are just spot on in terms of the independent reading level. And we are above, when we look at 10th grade, we're significantly above for the students who took the exam, particularly in their independent reading level. And when we look at the 11th grade, the percentile ranking is even stronger, but the independent reading level is just really on the grade level. So this is an important area in which I keep my eye on when I'm looking at data for the ELA department. So when we look at the next slide, Mr. Bonds, I'm looking at, and I try to break this down then by demographics or ethnicity. And so what we see happening in the trend in terms of who is below, right? We see that trend consistent with our Black and Hispanic students being 63% and 68% below. And so that continues to be an area that I look at, and I work with teachers in terms of intervention and supports for students. So just moving quickly to the next slide, what you'll see, I look at this and I try to break this down to understand it even more deeply by ethnicity and to kind of see where and how far below are we. So particularly when I look at our Black students, I know that I'm looking at and need to work with students who are at that 25th percentile. And so that for me signals the kind of intervention and support work that I need to be doing with classroom teachers in order to support students, and also thinking about how we're structuring our classes. And I can talk more about that in a moment. In the next slide, you'll see the next 2 groups, the Hispanic and mixed. You'll see that, again, it's that 25th percentile that has the greatest number of students that I need to be keeping an eye on and working with teachers to support our students. And that last slide, Mr. Bonds, shows us our white students and where I need to be focusing. So that being said, that's one eye that I lend towards looking at the data, our Star Renaissance data, which for the English department, this is the only data that we have to be looking at. In our next slides, I also have been asked to look at the risk ratio for the English department. And the way I structured it, level A, which is our academic for 9th and 10th grade, you'll see consistent trends. Not as here we see a greater risk with our Hispanic students, but still a significant risk with our Black students. Going to the next slide, when we look at the level 4, which is the 9th and 10th grade honors classes, we see the risk being with our Black students and with our mixed race students. So again, this is not for me overly surprising. It's where I have my eye and what I continue to look at. So moving on to the next slide, I put together for level 3 for 11th grade and 12th grade. Here the trend, ironically, in a sense, is our Asian students, but we had 1 failure out of a total of 5. So we just need to keep that in mind. But again, following the trend with our Black students. And then our next slide, which is level 4, 11th grade and 12th grade honors. Again, our Black students is the area that I continue to keep my eye on. And then our last slide for our risk ratio, you'll see is the AP, and there were no failures. So there's no significant risk here. So moving on to the next slide, the English department, my aim as I'm working with teachers is to meet with them to review data and to look at the supports that we are providing for struggling students. One of those big areas is giving students voice and choice in book selections. So as opposed to having one book for the whole class, it's looking at having book clubs and different titles that will meet the same goal as one book would in the courses. We've looked at reducing assignments and looking at alternative assessments. I've looked at extending due dates, as well as supports for the 9th grade students through the humanities cohort that Mr. Sanchez mentioned a few minutes ago. And this is the exciting thing, I think, with the humanities. When we look at supporting students' needs, the cohort started out with a small group. We piloted it. And basically in the humanities cohort, it's about supporting students to be really strong at an honors level. So the students enter in as honors level students, and the agreement with the faculty is nobody fails. So we go the extra mile, whether it's working with students in our 9th period or looking at how we bring the material to the students. We're looking at how do we really look at student voice and choice, and how do we look at the supports that are going to make our students successful when they enter into high school. And so looking at our next slide, and when we talk about what is working, so what's working is supports for students who attend a 9th period for help, right? So I know that when I look at intervention and working with faculty, if students show up for that 9th period, they do become successful. Giving the students voice in terms of alternative assessments is working. Having intervention meetings with students and parents, and sometimes it's with a student, parent, faculty, and AP, whatever it takes, it's bringing all of those voices to the table to find a solution. As I mentioned before, the humanities cohort is working. So with our initial pilot group, we've doubled that group going into this year. And I would love to continue doubling that work so that every student who wants to enter in to 9th grade and to be at an honors level could have the same level of support. But that calls for other needs to be met, which I'll get to in a moment. And what's working is for the AP, one of the things that I've really pushed for, and guidance has been so supportive with this, is making certain that our students of color are not islands within an AP class. They're in an AP class in a cohort, and they're supported through the MAC program. They're supported through the teachers. And this summer we had many workshops as well for our students. And we also had office hours. And even on top of that, we began our work in June, bringing students together and talking about what is this great next step that you're entering into, and what does it call for? So in this last slide, you'll see what our next steps are. So our next steps is to increase the use, for me, of ninth period to support student success. So teachers are in the building on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, are those days of the week that teachers are in the building ninth period. It's my job to get students to show up and to sign up to receive the help and the support. And it's not just remediation, it's to enhance what they're doing, right? And to support them in growth, no matter what. I started today with attending the opening meetings for 9th and 10th grade so that I'm present. I want students to know who I am. I want them to know if they're struggling, here's another face to come to for support in the work that they're doing. I'm really working with teachers on small groups, but also with tutoring of students in small groups who are in those lower percentile ranges. As I mentioned, the expansion of the humanities cohort, which has been a huge success. Of those 40 students who entered into that first cohort, just about over 90% are continuing at the honors level. So let's just imagine if those 80 students who are now enrolled this year continues, what that's going to look like, right, as we move forward. But that calls for an increase in staffing in both history and English in order to support this kind of growth, because the students are in a back-to-back class with paired instructors. So they've got a history instructor and they've got an English instructor who have eyes on them closely to kind of monitor and to work with them in their supporting their growth. Next steps includes more data meetings, right? I'm meeting with teachers already, but we need to do that even more so. And I also need to be reviewing course content more closely to what our data is telling us and to look at those successes. If we're finding success in students choosing smaller book clubs as opposed to a whole class, it's like, how do we think about, how do we do that more, right? It may not be every quarter, but which quarters? Lastly, incorporating more of the instructional successes that I'm seeing in 6th and 8th grade, bringing that up to the 9th and 10th grade. That means small group instruction, an increase in independent reading time, right? And we know that if kids are reading, if they're reading in books that are appropriate to their level, they will increase, they will grow as readers, and they will also grow as writers. So that's where we're at currently with the English department, and I will turn everything back over to you, Ms. Bodnar.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Beam, folks, and Mr. Sanchez. I appreciate your time in presenting this. I think one of the things we really learned from really digging into this data was that we need to layer the interventions on our students. Not one intervention is going to change the success of one student. It is many multiple interventions layered on that will show our growth. We understand, and through this data know we have work to do, and we know that there is a sense of urgency to do that work. And I do feel that the people here are completely committed to doing this work and ensuring to support teachers and students to make these things happen. But again, we are seeing, as much as our data is showing us still those big gaps, we are seeing the data that is confirming that the interventions that we're putting in place are working. So we are continuing those interventions in the sense of our, having our office hours, having our humanities classes, all of these things we know are working through the data that we're collecting. But again, we need to continue to look specifically at our individual students, find out their stories, understand where they individually are struggling, and then layer on the interventions individually to each student who needs them. So again, I look forward to next year when we can bring you more information and more data, more interventions and how they are working at Columbia High School, but also at the other schools in the district. Dr. Taylor?
Thank you, Ms. Bodnar. Thank you, Principal Sanchez. Thank you, Dr. Bean folks, and Mr. and Ms. Bahudin, who could not join us, but was a part of our committee meetings. I just had a couple of summative comments. I know we've been going for a while and the board has a busy agenda, but I want to just point out a few things. That risk ratio chart that we paused on is so positive, sorry, not positive, so powerful of a tool, because if you're talking to a group of teachers who are in a singular department, they have some of those students that are represented. And if I look at a chart that says, out of 101 students who identify as Black or their families identify them as Black, and 5 have failed, if I have 40 of those kids and 2 failed, I may not view that as a problem, right? I may not view it as a significant piece. I may just say, oh, sometimes kids fail classes. But when you can bring the risk ratio forward and say, it's not just that 2 of the students who were Black in your class failed, it's overall in our department, the likelihood of failure is significantly higher for this subset of students. And though the number may not be large from our, first glance, the risk of students, why is there a greater likelihood of students who come from this particular ethnicity or background or identifier, why are they more likely to fail, even if the number is small, right? I think that that's a way, I think, for us to elevate the conversations in those data meetings, in those PLCs that we talk a lot about during our board goals. Additionally, I want to make sure I keep top of mind for everyone the board's investment in the Cougar Academy. Board members, you may remember that the Cougar Academy was a proposal a few years ago that we initiated. It's in year 2 going into year 3 now, where students were identified as being in need of support, and they were placed into a cohort where they were able to receive very specialized and close monitoring and support. And we've seen a lot of success in elevating those students who had previous failures. Last but not least, I just want to again laud the idea of using risk ratio with a lens of attendance. I think that that's really important to identify other common threads. Even though we of course know attendance is important, we know if a student misses 10% of their school days, the data shows that they are likely to not do well. They are considered, at risk. How specific is that, right? And does that thread run through the different other ethnicities? So very, very promising review of data, and I think a much more nuanced view, and even the addition of the specific number of students who did fail, not the occurrences of failure, I think is also a great way to slice that data for more specificity that can help us be better for our kids. Those are all the comments that I had to our board president. I know that we collected questions prior to the presentation, but I give the floor back to you.
Yep, thank you, Dr. Taylor. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask for those questions that were collected in advance to be finalized and in the most appropriate way, whether it's a weekly packet, next week's, not this week, the following week's weekly packet, or at the next. I know there were a couple that we already had directed to CNI for the next committee meeting, so we'll do those as well. Also, we'll go around with a round of questions, and depending on how many we still have outstanding, we can direct those as well to, I know in the interest of time, I'm just going to email my questions to the appropriate folks, which will be the CNI chair and the superintendent. So I broke out the randomizer like I always do with a twist this time, since I know that CNI already saw this presentation. I went with those who did not see it first. So we'll start with Board Member Whitletter, followed by Bergen and Wright.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that I really do appreciate the district's acknowledgement that these numbers didn't look great and that we have a lot of work to do. Because as the board member sitting here, I think I speak on behalf of all of us that it's extremely disappointing to see the disproportionate percentage of Black students who are receiving C's, D's, and F's versus the percentage of white students who are receiving A's and B's, and it was across all grade levels. So, that's something I just, I do want to ask one of the questions that I had. I have two, actually. So the first is, can you just walk all of us through, like, when we're analyzing students on an individual basis and they're coming up on the list as on watch, intervention, urgent intervention, what is the action plan? How are we supporting the individual student? What gets set in motion so that they're not falling through the cracks, that they're getting the supports that they need when they need it?
Thank you for that. And it's probably an infinite answer, but I'll give a high level possibility, right? Things that could occur. The first is the example that I gave earlier. If a student is identified as having academic challenges, one of the first lines of intervention is our Cougar Academy assignment, right? That way that, we know that these students need maybe some special focus on a particular piece that we identified from their middle school grades. And then, of course, the intervention and referral services, INRS, that's available. And we, again, presented that last year as part of our district goals with Ms. Badine and CNI leadership reviewing what INRS practices were already in place and updating that to make sure that we have consistent application of that for every school. Another piece would be, I think you saw from some of the presentation, the intervention team meetings with parents, bringing parents in to be a part of those discussions. We talked about the office hours. We talked about the additional lunch support on top of the tutorial support that's available for students through Achieve and through our own tutorial program. There's just a plethora of it. And even in this particular presentation, one thing that I was most proud of was the free summer tutorials that are available and the percentage of students who took part in it and the breakdown of the demographics of those participants that reflected closely the overall enrollment in those courses. And I think that the next round of data that we're going to share with you, as I know we're always concerned about failures, we're also concerned about the enrollment demographics of our highest offering at the high school, the most rigorous offerings. And so our investment with equal opportunity schools, as Principal Sanchez hinted at, we're seeing a tremendous increase in not only the number of students who are entering AP coursework, but also the demographics that are associated with that. But I hope that I don't want to give a long-winded answer, but I think that that's a good window. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. See, Mr. Sanchez has a hand up. I guess he wants to add on.
I was just gonna say, Board Member Winkletter, I think is also referring to like the Star Renaissance data, specifically Algebra 1, where it said, urgent intervention on watch. What that happens, it's also aligned to specific standards, and then the specific standards are aligned to questions. So it does give those teachers, right, those in the room are experts, the opportunity to really understand what standards our students are missing. And that same thing will happen with the NJSLA and specifically the Start Strong. The Start Strong, which I don't want to get on the political box whether it's good or not, because it's like the first 2 weeks of school. But I will say what I think is exciting about it is that teachers will have access to the answers almost immediately. Like within a week, teachers will be able to know where their students, what specific standards their students are weak or strong, and that can just help in differentiation. So to answer that specific question, at least with the Star Renaissance data, I know in the math department, Jamil, what he has always has done is put his teachers in groups of, these are the Algebra 2 teachers, these are the Algebra 1 teachers, these are geometry teacher, geometry honors, so they can talk and specifically see how this, and in this case would only be Algebra 1, where the students are and what questions they might need or standards they might need more assistance in. So sorry to add to that, but I just wanted to point that out.
I just added, that's a great point, and that's the reason why the board, the district and the board invested in STAR, because of those curricular connections.
Thank you. I see Dr. B. Folks and Ms. Bodnar want to add on, I presume, to this point. So we'll go to them and then we'll go to Board Member Bergen.
Great. So thank you. I just wanted to add that with the STAR, and Mr. Sanchez is spot on. It does break it down for what the areas of need exist for the reading. And so that's a really great start. We also have a program that's called an online program that links to STAR that teachers can also suggest and recommend to give additional support in reading, to look at those skills and strategies that are needed. So that's an additional piece.
Thank you. Ms. Bodnar?
And I'll just jump in quickly. I don't want us to forget that the power of an INRS meeting, an INRS committee. So Columbia High School has made a lot of strides this year in kind of really revamping their team. And I think what is so important about it is it's individual. It's about each and every student who's struggling, and then taking that information and using that data to find trends. What is going on? What are we seeing? Things that many and multiple students are having issues with that we can work on together. So intervention, even though it's individual, you can look at it collectively and make changes for a school body rather than just that one person, but that individual plan is for that individual student. So it's a very, very powerful team that can make real changes. It can help with funding so that when we're writing our title grants, we can look through that data and find and really gear our money towards the areas that we need those supports. So I am looking forward to working with Columbia High School and the other INRS teams to see where the need is as a whole, and making sure our funding matches those areas. So I just wanted to throw that in.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to come to Ms. Bergen, and then just one notice for everybody. Due to the length of the presentation and some time constraints, and also the ability for us to go back to close at the end of this meeting, I'm just going to go through one round of questions and then ask everyone to submit their second, third, fourth, or fifths, whatever have you, to me for collection, and we'll get those over to the administration. So if you have more than one, like I do, ask your best one. Board Member Bergen and then Board Member Wright.
Thank you. I want to say I appreciate the recognition of the urgency of this data that you shared. And going forward, I hope that we can look at the risk ratios not only by race, but also by IEP status, because I think that's a piece that's missing here that's really important. But what we saw, the data really tells a story that we hear over and over again about CHS being a tale of two schools and serving high achieving students really well, and then literally failing other students. And I'm just hoping that this district goal will focus the administration on supporting those 131 students who failed over 500 courses last year. And I would like to hear more this year about what we are doing that doesn't rely on those students to take it on themselves to show up at luncheon and ninth period. I think it would also be really important to see the demographics of the students who show up at the SLAM lab and lunch and ninth period. And in terms of attendance, looking not only at the demographics of students that aren't showing up, but why they're not showing up, and not what is sort of a failing of the student to not showing up, but what the school is not providing them and why they have disengaged from school in that kind of a way.
Thank you. I'm going to call that a comment, not a question. So thank you, Board Member Wright, and then Board Member Telesford.
Thank you, and I agree. Everything I just said, and it'll help.
Can you speak a little louder, Board Member Wright? We're having trouble hearing you.
I said I agree with what Member Bergen said, and that'll help me cut down on some things that I had written here. But I'm still having some concern about what's happening at the middle school, that it's not promoting excellence for Black and brown kids to ensure that they take Algebra 1 before they leave the middle school. It seems that nothing has changed there. And that number in Algebra 1 at the high school has to be lower. So what's happening at the middle school that the number of Black and brown kids aren't enrolled in those classes, and nothing has improved over the past 5 years. So we're actually failing our Black and brown students. And it is the tale of one high school, two different schools. But we have to do something to help students. It seems that I don't see anything changing since I've been sitting here and even being an educator here. The data is absolutely horrid. But the other thing is that we haven't said anything that's going to do that's offering something new. So I hope that we can do that. And I'll ask my via email comments.
Thank you for that, Board Member Wright. Dr. Taylor, would you like to respond?
I'll just give a really quick answer around the middle school data. I know we shared two pretty intense access and equity breakdowns around the history of the access and equity policy and how that impacted the middle school math enrollment. And it showed, a lot of information that we can definitely update for the full board. But I would just remind everyone, if you're looking for that information, it is available that showed the enrollments in middle school. It wasn't a part of this presentation. We can't present everything at once. We know how long-winded, unfortunately, we can be because we're so passionate about this topic. But there's definitely been changes at the middle school regarding mathematics enrollment.
Thank you. And I know that there's foreshadowing some new business around middle school data later in the meeting. Thank you. Board Member Telford, and then Board Member Malaspina.
I saw this presentation or the earlier presentation in curriculum and instruction, so I'll just forward my additional questions in email.
Thank you. Board Member Malaspina, followed by Board Member Winkfield.
Two things. One, the presentation was different that we got in CNI. There wasn't the risk ratio stuff in there. And I appreciate the risk ratio, but I need to mirror my board colleagues where it is very concerning to see just how much of a difference there is based on what what level you are in. How many students are white versus how many students are Black, and that risk ratio really shows that we have a big problem there that we still need to address. And my other concern is that I haven't heard much about what we're going to do differently. These numbers are horrid as we're seeing, especially when it comes to Black students versus white students. And their failure rates, and we haven't seen much different. And there is one point that needs to be made here. These numbers are calculating the fact that we are using a different measuring system for how we grade what is an F or not. And the new system of how we are figuring that out means that if we were to look at it from last year versus this year, we actually have more students that probably would have failed, that now have not failed because of how we have moved and changed our grade calculations. And I am still waiting on that data to see just how many students are involved in that. And I have asked for it numerous times and have not received it. So I'm hoping that that comes about soon. But I'm very concerned by what we're seeing, and I'd like to hear more about what we're going to be doing in the future because there doesn't seem to be much that we haven't already tried.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Care to respond?
Yeah, I'll respond just again for clarity. As we shared in multiple board meetings, I believe in multiple meetings with both staff and stakeholders, the shift that Board Member Malaspina is speaking about is utilizing a letter grade instead of a number grade for our marking periods, and how that allowed for students to have a more realistic outcome at the end of their marking period. So instead of a 40, 50, 75, 80, it would be the actual letter grade. And that again was shared very widely. And the request from CNI, from Board Member Malaspina was how many students failed multiple, I believe 3 marking periods, but still passed. And so that's the information that, again, we received the request for, and we're building for the board, and we'll give it to the board when we have it. But again, this was shared widely. There's no misinformation there. And the second piece around what have we done differently, I think that was shared pretty clearly around all of the interventions that are in place. I think one of the most difficult part of this is that we have to allow the interventions to become a part of the fabric of the school to make the impact that we know that it will, as we shared through some of the impact data from this evening.
Thank you. Board Member Wakefield and then Board Member Siders.
Thank you for the presentation. And I just want to lift up for the public, I guess, that, tonight we're going to be voting on one of our district goals that specifically focuses on the data that we saw tonight. And so my feedback rests around what we will soon see from you, Dr. Taylor, around an action plan connected to that and thinking about sort of next steps. One of the things that really stood out to me were the fact that, for some of our interventions that were offered, there's a lot of really passive language that some of my colleagues have alluded to tonight around an intervention was offered or students were invited. And I think that, while the goodness of the intervention may be true, it doesn't necessarily, the through line doesn't necessarily get to students. And so I think that we have to do better than that. When Dr. Bain Folks shared some of the work that the English department, I was really struck by a juxtaposition between the two departments. The English department seems to be really, really focused on interventions that reflect a shift in teacher practice. And a real sense of inquiry where teachers see themselves as agents of change and that something about their practice can shift for the betterment of the experience of students. And that for me felt really exciting to see a seedling perhaps that could spread more coherently, because while districts certainly may act as silos, and I know that, even the best intentions, they often function that way, students' experiences are not siloed. And so as I move throughout my day as a 9th grader, I may experience one type of support from a set of teachers and something very, very different and incoherent from another set of teachers. And that's not what we want for our students, right? And so I would just say, as we look to next year and we look to action planning, we want to have interventions. I would love to see interventions that really focus on shifts in teacher practice, not creating sort of catch-all opportunities that we hope students will take advantage of. Dr. Bean Folks, you said something that I don't want to mess up your words, but really, really inspired me. And so I want to say it out loud. And that is, I think you said something about it when you're working with teachers, you sort of started with this disposition of imagining what would happen if nobody could fail, if that just wasn't an option. And for me, that needs to be the starting point for every single teacher in every conversation with our students. Because if we take failure off the table, not from a perspective of low expectations, but from a perspective of relentless pursuit of problem solving, and in support of students, to me, that is what we have to have on the table in order for us to be able to solve this mammoth problem that we see in the data. And then the last thing I want to just say is that if our efforts are organized in a way that our interventions are designed to support all students, while certainly we want to support all students, it isn't all students who are failing in the way that they are. And that we have to be willing as a community of educators to design supports that are intentionally targeted to support our Black students. And I think until we are willing to do that in a really, really precise and intentional way, we are not going to see the kind of movement in this data that we need to see.
Thank you. Board Member Siders.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. My comments are very similar to Board Member Wingfield. I was thinking of it as accountability for failure. You know, do we do all that we need to do before we decide that a student is going to get a failing grade? How do we show that we've done that family outreach, that we've provided support? And Dr. Bean folks' comment did resonate with me of the humanities class, we're not going to fail. One of the things that I notice is that the ELA supports take place at 9th period, where SLAM labs take place during lunch. Is that something that we can explore? Maybe, you know, students would have more opportunity to attend a 9th period support class versus losing their lunch to do that. So these are just ideas that I have. I'm not looking for an answer tonight, but just something for us to discuss for a future CNI meeting.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Can you respond?
Just very briefly, that's probably one of the biggest challenges for intervention in public schools is, you know, the graduation requirements and the minutes requirements and trying to make sure that we're not setting kids up for a threat to their graduation date with the interventions that might not count towards the credits needed for graduation, similar to how we shifted the schedule this year to allow our 9th graders to mandate that our 9th graders stay in for lunch. There's a lot of tweaking. I can understand why that 9th period is being used, because we don't want to dig a hole for kids by putting them in places that they don't gain credits. And so I think that but that's a sweet spot. If you can solve that problem, you're adding intervention minutes while still giving kids credits towards graduating and going on to the next level. So thank you for that comment. And thank you for acknowledging also that thoughtful statement by Dr. Bean folks around that we're not going to fail. I can definitely appreciate both of those comments. Thank you.
Is that anything else to add, Dr. Taylor, on the superintendent's update?
That concludes my update, and we're excited again to be opening school successfully, even managing all of the construction that we are very fortunate to have funded by our community. So we're excited, and we'll see everyone for the first day of school. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, and thank you to our presenters this evening. We'll now move on to the president's update. I know she didn't celebrate it, but since it's a tradition, happy birthday to the board member immediately to my right, who celebrated a birthday earlier this month. I'd like to thank the board for participating in our summer retreats, and which helped lay the groundwork for the goals that are up for a vote this evening. Resolution 4340, the district goals represent where the board wants the districts to focus for the 22-23 school year. And the majority of the goals outlined in 4341 Resolution 4341 deal with specific areas where training was identified as a way to increase the board's effectiveness during those retreats. In addition, there is a commitment in 4341D to revise our student transportation policy 8600 during the 22-23 school year. As Dr. Taylor mentioned, our summer construction projects are wrapping up and schools will be opening on time. As those projects near completion, the board is looking forward to seeing the new additions to our school district. Speaking of new additions, yesterday I spent a few minutes at new teacher orientation, welcoming our new staff to the district. It's exciting to see brand new faces and just the sheer joy in their faces as we begin this new school year. Now on to transportation. Since our last update, the board has continued to receive emails about our district's current transportation policy. Some of the common themes in those emails from members of the community surround providing more information on the status of conversations to provide additional transportation for the upcoming school year. I want to reiterate those conversations are ongoing, and I'll have more information as I can provide it. During my last update, I said that there were not enough resources available to offer additional transportation at the beginning of the school year. Some of those resources are financial, and there have been discussions on using the Board of School estimate for additional funding. I asked the district to inquire about this possibility with the county BA, business administrator. Unfortunately, that is not an option for the school year. The deadline for seeking funding from the Board of School estimate to receive funding for the current school year is April 8th. It can be an option available during budget planning for the 23-24 school year, and those conversations will happen in the budget planning process along with the FFT committee. The board also held conversations on providing subscription transportation this year with our current co-op provider. The co-op indicated that there's a long lead time necessary to devise a well thought out subscription plan. Things that need to be considered are all overall pricing structure, the availability of payment plans for parents, offering one-way or round-trip transportation, because some families may only need it to get to school and they have aftercare, or to just do pickup because they drop off in the morning, and other considerations. And all of those will be discussed as part of the district and board goals surrounding transportation in the upcoming school year. I also want to reiterate the following couple of items. Again, the designation of hazardous routes is not made by district employees, Board of Education, or any elected officials. Also want to reiterate that the distance for determining transportation is determined by walking distance and not driving distance. There are other conversations that are ongoing, but I cannot go into as much detail as I would like to today in this forum, because the substance of some of those conversations are due. Wait, let me read this. In this forum, on the substance of some of the other conversations happening due to pending litigation related to transportation. And lastly, please note, Board Member Malsmina will not be participating in any discussion or vote on Resolution 4340B and 4341D this evening. The proposed goals are related to the district's integration plan. The plan is noted in paragraph 4 of the settlement agreement and therefore considered a matter related to the litigation. All right, the school board meeting is a business. Oh, before I do that, just want to acknowledge that our student reps who would normally go after me are enjoying their summer vacations, and we welcome them. We look forward to welcoming them back at our September meeting. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public, not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, in many cases, unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the board, it is referred to the appropriate board committee. Members of the board committee work with administration and the superintendent to ensure that members fully understand the matter, and after the committee discusses the matter, it is shared with the other board members for consideration. And only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. We're now at the time for hearings of individuals and delegates, also known as public speaks. Notice an opportunity for you to share a comment with the Board of Education. In addition, by law, administrators and Board of Education members are not permitted to publicly discuss personnel matters, student discipline, or other issues requiring confidentiality. While we may not respond to comments, all input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. We request that you state your name and town of residence for the record. We'll set the time limit to 3 minutes for each speaker, Mr. Bonds, and we ask that you respect that time limit. We must cut you off so it does not appear as if we're giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech during public speaks. However, that forum does not protect you from the subject of your free speech, pursuing libel and slander charges. And finally, the board recommends all members of our community pursue the chain of command. We'll now start. All right, we do have one student, so we're going to go there first. Our first public speaks is Simone Swinkle. That's on the WebEx, Mr. Bonds.
Hi. So
Hi,
I
how are you? You have 3 minutes. No, no, you don't. Hi, how are you? Can you hear us?
yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Simone Swinkle and I am a student at South Orange Middle School. And so I have a speech. So the new integration plan, while well-meaning, gives families with a car that work from home and have aftercare and a means to get to and from school the advantage, which is the opposite of what the plan is intended to do. It forces students from families that don't have cars or the time to walk from one end of town to the other, whether they're in first grade, second, third, fourth, and yes, even kindergarten. And with traffic worsening and gas prices going up and the car shortages, while minimum wage remains the same and many families don't have the time, money, or means to take their children to and from school. The integration plan is intended to integrate the schools and offer better opportunities for the students of South Orange and Maplewood, but it is doing the opposite of the goal. The kids are forced to be late for school or wake up earlier to walk across town or even up a mountain. Or their families lose money because they have to quit jobs or buy another car. It will also cause problems for the kids that are close enough to walk to school because the cars and traffic will increase immensely with all the cars that are driving to school. It is already near impossible to cross Valley and additional main streets. Students have to cross three schools, but the number of cars and traffic will be significantly increased, creating more pedestrian and car accidents, putting young and older kids' lives in danger. The solution to all of this is offering busing for kids too far to walk to their school, which the law states is 2.5 miles from your school district, as well as IEP students, dangerous route areas, and families that need and request them. I realize it's complicated, but I implore the Board of Education to find a way that it could happen. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to our in-person public speaks. And our first public speaks is from Gregory Mortensen.
Good evening. I'd like to actually piggyback off of what Simone was just talking about. My name is Gregory Mortensen, and I live in Maplewood. My oldest child is a rising first grader at Clinton. He was placed there last summer as part of the inaugural class to be assigned via the intentional integration algorithm. That was my introduction to this school district, and it was a wake-up call for me. Intentional integration is a sea change. However well-intentioned it may be, it is a fundamental overhaul of how students are placed in schools. Yet there has been zero acknowledgement from this board that the way they are going about the integration is needlessly causing hardship for many families in the community, mine among them. And there has been zero acknowledgement from the board that perhaps the rollout could be improved. It can surely be improved, but this board has proven themselves unwilling or unable to rise to the occasion. The rollout of the integration so far has been an exercise in arbitrary and inconsistent line drawing with no basis in sound logic. For example, the consultant, Michael Alvis, specifically noted in the Year 1 report that distance to school can be a burden that can be mitigated by providing busing. That's on page 7 of his Year 1 report. Yet the board continues to hide behind the bare minimum required by the state and canceled courtesy busing basically without fair warning. Why? And why did the board wait until now to consider subscription busing? Why has the board ignored Alvis's recommendation to have a waiting list for schools? Why has the board misled the community about micro neighborhoods? Why does the board believe the plus or minus 5% variance underpinning the algorithm is sacrosanct? Why does the board have a no exceptions transfer policy for students placed via the algorithm, but allow transfers for other students? Why has the board been silent about how Bolden will be filled when the construction is completed? Why has the board failed to administer the twice annual experience surveys required by its own policy 5120? Why is the board taking such a needlessly hardline approach to this rollout and refusing to take feedback in good faith? The board members currently driving policy in this district have proven to be incompetent or callous, or more likely, a little bit of both. At least that's my main takeaway after being introduced to the board a year ago. I encourage everyone in the community to pay close attention to the upcoming Board of Education election in November as it relates to the integration rollout, transportation, and beyond. It is time to reject hardline policies that needlessly make life difficult for hardworking families. It is time to restore common sense and pragmatism to the Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Edwin Matthews.
Good evening. Let me apologize. I know that the president addressed issues relating to transportation earlier a few minutes ago. Unfortunately, I was unable to hear anything that was said. So I'm not sure if what I'm going to say addresses those issues or not. When Marshall School and then Jefferson School were married many, many years ago, one of the underlying premises of that was that the students, particularly in the what I'll call the West Montrose area, which is where I live on Hillside Place, was going to be transported to Jefferson School. And it was based in large measure on the issue of safety of the route for the children going to school. We then had issues relating to the transportation of the children from our neighborhood to Marshall School. And as a result of that, and as a result of the actions of then Village President Calabrese, in sometime in the early 2000s, the board actually agreed to designate the travel routes between our neighborhood and Marshall School and the travel routes up Irvington Avenue to South Mountain Schools as safety routes, which by statute the board could then provide transportation for. Since 2002, 2003, all of the students in our neighborhood were bused to school, whether it was Marshall School or now Delia Bolden School. For some reason, and I have no idea why, apparently that's all been done away with. Now, I looked on the board's website at the policy 8600, and quite frankly, it's incomprehensible to read as it's posted on your website because so much of it is crossed out, redlined, black and forth. But what it does appear to say is you've eliminated busing for the most part, unless you're 2 miles from the school. That seems to have taken out of consideration the safety factors that went into the original decisions to transport the kids, certainly in my neighborhood, in the neighborhood that I've lived in now for 50 years. We can't camouflage this by saying it's a courtesy busing issue. It's a safety issue with respect to a significant number of these children. And I would simply ask the board to reconsider that decision. I also think it can and should be done more quickly than to be put off till we'll look at it and do it next year, maybe. We should be able to address that more quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from William Gifford.
Hello, how are you doing tonight? You can call me Bill. I actually just came to give a suggestion. I thought it would be very pragmatic for the Board of Education to maybe start having meetings with neighborhood associations. I think either having board meetings or committee meetings would be very beneficial, as I think, you know, we all have very similar needs as a community, but I think neighborhoods sometimes have particular needs that could be spoken to. And I just think in general, when public officials make themselves more accessible, when you go to the people, you deepen democracy and you energize people and you have much more meaningful engagement. So I think it's something that should be considered. And I think that, you know, people would really appreciate it. I did just want to react to the presentation. I actually didn't know that that was happening tonight. you know, no matter how you slice those numbers, they're very bad. In 2004, when I was a Columbia High School senior, we actually requested the demographic breakup of leveling across Columbia High School. And back then, it was over across the board, the lowest levels, level 2, were 90% Black. And when I look at those numbers today, it doesn't seem like we've moved the needle at all. In fact, it seems like we've actually gone backwards when you consider when I was a student, we were 50% Black. We're 30% Black students right now. So we're not just failing Black students, we're losing them. So and this is something that I've just learned moving back to the community only a year and a half ago. I really thought that, you know, with the Office of Civil Rights making the complaint they did, the settlement with the Black Parents Workshop, I thought that statistically we were moving in a better direction, and it's very troubling to see those numbers. So I hope not just the board, but the community in general realize this is like an all hands on. And that's why I think, circling back to the neighborhood meetings, I think it's so important, just for like the man behind me who said he feels that he's not heard. I think that if the board was actually going to the community, these parents wouldn't be able to say that, right? You could say, we went to you, we've been having this conversation. And I have to say, from speaking with many parents, they don't feel that. So I think there's ways that we can get there. And, you know, as a community member, I would love to be a part of that solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Lillian Harris.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lillian Harris. I have spoken before the board to advocate for expanded busing. I know you all are not in an easy position. All the work that the board is doing now should have been done before the board adopted the policy. I really hope the board finds a solution this year. I had a question about Versatrans. My understanding is the district uses this software to establish routes to measure distance. I would like to know if the routes are based on the shortest and safest way, or just the shortest way without consideration to safety. If the routes were established using the shortest way, I would like to know why safety was not a priority or considered, especially for elementary school students. I also have questions about District Policy 8600, which lists hazardous routes. The route from West Montrose to South Mountain School is included. However, the route from West Montrose to Bolden is not, even though one must walk along the same roads, including South Ridgewood Road, South Orange Avenue, and 3rd Street. I would like to get the route from West Montrose to Bolden evaluated. I know BOE President Joshua responded to my inquiry about that, so I'll wait to hear back. And you know, there's a reason why families in the West Montrose area receive courtesy busing. I know some board members like Bergen spoke about parity and fairness, but there is a reason why those families receive busing. And I'm concerned that historical information was not considered and even forgotten about. So I appreciated the person who spoke earlier about the background on why students in the West Montrose area receive busing, and he is absolutely correct. I think we need to listen to that feedback. I hope the BOE understands the magnitude of the erroneous decision that has been made to reduce busing, and I really hope you all will find a solution this year. It's very important to find a solution this year because the decision was wrong. So anyway, thank you all for your time. And I wanted to thank President Joshua for taking time to respond in a meaningful way. It really means a lot when you respond to emails, so you don't feel ignored. So thank you for that, President Joshua, and thank you, board. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Jacqueline Alsop.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you again. I'm just going to,
We lost you.
sorry, I'm hearing,
Okay.
can you hear
Sorry,
me
go
now?
ahead. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. So I'm just going to echo a couple of things that Lillian Harris just mentioned. Again, the latest picture that you guys have sent me regarding the West Montrose area with the distance from the Hillside Place area to Bolden. Again, the state. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. The fastest route was chosen instead of the safest and fastest route. And I find that deeply concerning. These are 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. Again, 8, 9, and 10-year-olds crossing South Orange Avenue, 3rd Street, and North Ridgewood. And their safety was not considered in this decision, and that needs to be reconsidered. Yesterday, I spent a good portion of my day on the phone with Versatrans, and I spoke to 3 different representatives, and they were very forthcoming with a lot of information. They said that that the platform they use they use Bing Maps, which gives a similar time frame to what Google Maps. And they disclosed that the Soma district has complete control over the routes and software, not them, which is different from what the board and Dr. Taylor has stated in previous emails, which was that the app sets the distance, not the district. Versa also states that they provide you with a blank template and you all are able to create, change, and manipulate the maps and routes based on your needs and interests. They confirmed there are 2 ways the maps can be aggregated. Someone from our transport department can input a mapping system that can be used to design and alter the routes, or someone can ask Versatrans to create maps and routes, and they would then use Bing Maps to create and designate those routes. So this is where the discrepancy comes in for the West Montrose area specifically, because on everybody in our area is getting that we are 2.0 or 2.1 or 2.2 miles away walking. And when we speak to Versa, they're saying that when it's such a small percent of differentiation, 0.2% in our case, we're likely on the border of your map's radius and that we should be receiving the bus. Also, we can be, Google Maps and Bing should be considered an accurate and comparable source, given that there's some margin and room for error if Sonoma District is inputting and editing their own mapping system. When I entered the address from my home and to Jefferson Bolden, 518 Ridgewood Avenue, using Bing, it gives a 2.1, 2.2 mile, 44-minute walking radius. Versa also mentioned that the user, you guys, have control over how you set the distances. So maybe there's a different entrance that it looks like that Bing has us entering on the front entrance, and you have children entering on the side entrance. So I'm not sure if maybe you think that children entering through a side door is fair, but there's a 0.2%, there's 150 feet basically difference that would stop our children in the West Montrose area from getting a bus, which is completely unfair.
Thank you, Ms. Alsop. Your time is up.
Thank you.
And that concludes our public speaks. Dr. Taylor, can you respond?
Sure. I always start with thanking folks for taking time out of their summer evenings to share their feelings and opinions, including our student, Simone, who shared so eloquently her advocacy and support. I thank those folks who shared their thoughts on and sharing the previous history of some of the transportation routes in our district. To Mr. Matthews, did we lose him on? Oh, there's, if you go to our website and you go under Board of Education, Board Policies, those are the final versions of the policy. They're clean. All of the edits are removed for them. I think the ones that you have seen are part of maybe board meetings or board committee meetings, but those final policies are clean and they're right under our Board of Education tab on our website. And we added a search tool that you can just put in the keyword, it'll bring up all policies connected to that, if you'd like to see a clean version of 8600. I think we lost Mr. Gifford, but if he's watching, we just want to share that we always love when our graduates come back to share their perspectives, and sharing the difference in the population that I know some board members, current and previously, have spoken about around our enrollment changes over the years. I would, of course, differ that data has not shifted, but of course, this is still, as you heard from the board and reflected by both my comments and our team members' comments, is still our top priority, ensuring that all of our students are served and targeting students who have traditionally been underserved and have not met their full potential through the data that we are reviewing and sharing, and using this data to drive our interventions and drive our investments. To the last two folks who spoke about Versatrans and how it is used, and there's been no change in how Versatrans is used in our district. I have mentioned this concern that was brought to me just today to our IT director, so he can review that with our transportation supervisor, but there's been no shift in the programming or usage of Versatrans to my knowledge. And, it sounds like there were conversations with Versatrans or proposed conversations with Versatrans, and I couldn't validate or confirm that they shared information specific to our district and our usage. We have nothing to gain by reducing the number of students who are transported per the board policy, and that concludes my responses.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. We'll now move on to committee reports. We'll start with Board Member Bergen, who is virtual this evening, and then we will go Siders, Winkfield, and then I'll fill in for Board Member Valamani.
Thank you. The Policy Committee met on August 15th for about 2.5 hours. Tonight, we are voting on 4 policies. The first is 2417 Student Intervention and Referral Services. The board revised this policy last fall, and then Strauss-Esme updated it, and we're retaining the revisions from the fall in the revised policy. The next one is 2422 Comprehensive Health and Physical Education. We revised this policy after the first read to add language from the Safe Firearms Storage Resolution that we passed a few months ago, so that the safe firearms information will continue to be distributed each year under this policy. I also want to highlight that the policy says that students will not be denied recess for any reason. The policy also adds the new AAPI curriculum, teaches consent and about the contributions of LGBTQ and disabled persons at a younger age than required by law, and adds a Know Your Rights training at the high school. We're voting on 2622 Student Assessment. This policy is being revised based on Strauss-Esme. The C&I committee is retaining language about the process for students to not take standardized tests. 5513 Care of School Property. We revised 5513 to align it with the recent resolution on fines. The district will not withhold a diploma or a report card or prevent a student from participating in activities due to any unpaid fines. The policy also states that explicitly that the district will not charge late fees for library materials. We have 7 policies for first read tonight. 0155.1 Remote Participation in Board Meetings. Our new council advised that we should have a policy on remote participation by board members in meetings of the full board. The policy committee and then the executive committee reviewed and revised the policy that the council provided. The policy will memorialize and standardize our current practice that permits hybrid participation while ensuring that we comply with OPMA and maintain confidentiality in virtual settings. We revised the policy form, boilerplate that we were given to permit more hybrid participation and not to require proof of the reason for the virtual attendance. The policy will require a quorum of board members to be present in person and provides a process for working out who may be virtual. 2415.06 Unscathed School Choices. We're revising a mandatory policy that addresses the district's requirement to allow students attending a school that's considered persistently dangerous to transfer to another school in the district. 2426 is study skills. CNI is proposing to abolish this policy because it is not a STAR assessment policy and its content doesn't need to be addressed in a board policy. 2451 adult high school. This is a mandatory policy that would apply if the district chose to operate an adult high school. 5517 school district issued identification cards. We didn't discuss this at a meeting, but we are presenting it for first read because CNI did review it this month and we want to get ready for the new school year with identification cards at CHS. 5722 student journalism. This is a new mandatory policy that addresses the free speech of student journalists and the types of speech that are not considered protected. And 8550 unpaid meal charges, outstanding food service charges. We are revising this policy based on stress ESME revisions and also to be consistent with the resolution we passed a few months ago and the policy on care of school property, and to provide that no student will be denied a meal, there will be no lunch shaming, and any unpaid fines won't prevent a student from participating in anything or receiving a diploma. Thank you. I can't hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can't hear them either.
That's okay. There was nothing to hear. So yes, questions come on from Board Member Bergen on policy. All right, Board Member Whitletter.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
That's done?
Yes. I just wanted to discuss bylaw 0155.1, board member participation at board meetings using electronic devices. And I put together a little case for virtual participation because I've only known a board dynamic where board members are able to be hybrid and virtual. And I just wanted to make the juxtaposition between how it used to be when it was solely in person and what the benefits are of having virtual board meetings. So first and foremost, the virtual option has increased board member attendance and board member majority engagement. So I looked at all of the past meeting minutes. In 2018, the total board member absences was 51. In 2019, it was 32. In 2020, it was 20. 2021, 10. And year to date in 2022, it's 7. And I bring this up because obviously there's been a decreasing trend where we've actually increased board member engagement. And I think being able to have the virtual option has provided an opportunity for board members to potentially avoid being absent. You know, there's many reasons and some that are listed here. It's not just if you logistically can't be there, if you're quarantining, there are situations where you might have childcare issues as well, among other things. If you look at the language and the policy, it's suggesting that we can only miss or have, not miss, 6 virtual meetings. And I ran the numbers of all the meetings that we had in person, how many board members participated virtually since January. If we had this standard in place this year, 2 board members would already be over that threshold. And on average, across all of the board members, and I did not include board member Malaspina or board member Wright in this analysis, the average virtual participation was around 3 meetings from January to August. And I say that because I'm not here keeping track about board members. I just want to show that there's a need for it. And I think we need that flexibility, especially in the current environment. The third point I just wanted to make is that we talk about a lot on this board of just affording every community member, regardless of your socioeconomic status, the opportunity to be a productive member of the Board of Education. Average cost of babysitters anywhere from $15 to $25 an hour. So one board meeting can cost up to $150 in babysitting fees. And in some cases in the month, we have several board meetings. I mean, this is just not equitable for a majority of people, and being able to be hybrid is definitely a crutch. So where am I going with this? In my opinion, the default should always be for all board members to make their best attempt to be here in person, but for unforeseeable or foreseeable circumstances, sometimes that can't always be the case. I completely understand that building relationships and camaraderie is important, and physically being together is a conduit for that. But I don't believe that this is a bylaw that the majority of board members feel like we've supported or had a say in its development. So my suggested amendments are to remove the language around being really specific about what would warrant a board member from participating virtually. I'd also remove the language about a quorum, not being able to have a quorum virtually, which is 5 board members participating not in person. This obviously is an optionality that's proven to be a necessity to all of us. I think it's restrictive, and I'm not quite sure if there's a statute in place that says that we can't be doing that. And lastly, I would like to remove the language about a board member's annual participation in a board meeting not exceeding 6 board meetings. I just think we should remove that altogether. As I mentioned, many of us have had to use this to provide flexibility in our lives, and I don't think it's something that we should be taking away from anyone.
Thank you for that. I just want to add a few things here. Number one, I think looking at the suggested amendments, the first one was already removed, and that was removed during our Monday meeting. We removed all that language about why we just don't even matter, like, because we wanted to provide flexibility. So I'm not sure why. Maybe you're looking at an older version, but that language was removed on Monday before it was shared and posted with the board. I'll ask our council to opine again on the piece about the quorum. And then also, I guess, just to frame all this together, this policy isn't to prevent board members from attending it virtually, it's to allow it. We don't have a policy that allows it right now, and without that policy, the default is that you're supposed to be in person. This policy is one that is allowing us to continue our practice and putting on paper what we've been doing since July of 2021. And so I just want to thank Dr. Taylor, Mr. Bonds, and Mr. Myers in the back for doing all that work to allow these hybrid meetings to go relatively smoothly. I just want to reiterate, we don't have a policy right now. Without this policy, we cannot meet, we cannot be hybrid, right? We cannot be virtual. Like, this is putting on paper a policy that actually allows for virtual participation. So that's the case. I'm all about making the case for virtual participation, but we need a policy that allows for it. So I'll ask our council to opine on the second piece about the quorum. And then there was another question that I had that I think may have been addressed, but I'll follow up.
All right, so the Open Public Meetings Act default is in-person meetings. It does have the opportunity for members to participate telephonically or virtually, provided the equipment is sufficient to allow the member to fully participate. The ability for a board to meet virtually as a whole board is really, it rises only under a state of emergency declared by the governor. So you can have some members, so with the virtual policy, the remote participation policy that's being presented and before the board for review and approval, this gives you the opportunity to create or to identify what the rules and parameters are regarding that attendance virtually. But otherwise, the law defaults to the in-person. So without that state of emergency, you cannot have a quorum or more than a quorum of board members on a virtual meeting, because that will then turn it into a virtual meeting and not an in-person meeting. So that's, in short, the justification for it.
Thank you. Board Member Malaspina.
Hi, sorry about that. I agree with Board Member Whitlitter on this. I'm very concerned about that we are spending time and money on this idea. There is no policy from Strauss Esme about this. Our board attorney wrote this policy. Who asked this to happen? If we are worried about that the policy does not reflect our hybrid status, which you just spoke about, Board President Joshua, all we need to do is make or amend a policy we already have stating that the BOE will meet in a hybrid manner. None of the other stipulations, like the number of meetings we can have, we can be virtual for, where we sit, etc. There is no law about that. This is all made up by our attorney. The language in this also leaves a lot up to interpretation and potential bias by the board president and executive committee on who can and can't be virtual. We have spent more time and money trying to punish BOE members who are virtual and doing their work than we have on how to support our students. We just saw that the district has a huge issue with our achievement gap. But yet here we are spending all of our time and energy, not on helping our students, but on a policy like this.
Thank you for that. We just spent an hour on that and we haven't gotten to 10 minutes on that. So I don't understand the dynamic or the rhetoric around we spend more time on this than that. It's also not productive, frankly. I just want to continue to reiterate what I've said. The policy is to allow virtual participation, not to prevent it. And I'm struggling to understand why that's not registering with everybody. The policy, we do not have a policy. You asked how this came up. This came up because when we brought new council on, we had questions. One of the questions was about virtual participation. This actually came up last year. If you remember, when we did a hybrid meeting in May, as we were testing it out, one of the questions that came up was, hey, are you sure you can, there were questions about the ability to do that if you didn't have a quorum in the room. And there was follow-up questions about that in conversation. So this is not something that's new to the board. It's something that before we transitioned to hybrid in July, that was discussed. Also, obviously at that time, some of the things around the governor's statute weren't, the governor's health state of emergency were still in place. And so that's changed as well. I'll reiterate, and I'll just keep reiterating it. The policy is not to prevent virtual participation, it's to allow it so that when things come up, life happens. We all know that. We see the list. All of us have had to take a meeting virtually when necessary because things happen. Sometimes it's in advance or sometimes it's last minute. That's okay. We want to provide that flexibility, not just for the current board, but for future board members as well. I just keep reiterating, this is not preventing virtual participation, it's allowing it.
No, what I've stated.
Thank you for your comments. Board member Telsford has his hand up. Board member Mausmina, you had a comment. I took it. As Robert's Rules of Order says, I have to move on. There are people here who have their hands raised. I'm trying to get to them. I will come back to you. Board member Telsford.
I just want to say that I support this policy, mostly because we don't have a policy. And when you don't have a policy, whoever the next board president is can just say, well, everyone needs to be here. And since there's no policy written, you all need to be sitting in this dais. And I, for one, know that this policy does provide that flexibility. And we can talk about what the number is, but I can take myself as an example. I just have a newborn. So guess what? I'm going to be on virtual more because of that. And I know that this policy will allow that type of flexibility. So I think that this is a good point forward. And I think if we want to, we can possibly look at this a year later and then see how is that policy doing to see if we want to reform it. But I think we should adopt it.
Thank you for that. Just to make sure everyone's clear, I think we're all are, but anyone who's watching, this is a first read policy, so we're not voting to adopt it this evening. We would just be voting to move it to a second read. All right, board member Whitletter. Wait, hold on. Board member Siders, did you have your hand up? No, you go, because you haven't spoken yet. So board member Siders, and then I'll come back to board member Whitletter.
So I've been working full-time remote for the last 15, 16 years in my personal life, professionally, sorry. And so I am all for having virtual meetings. I'm never going to be in support of, folks not having that flexibility, but I support this policy. I also think it allows folks to be virtual.
Thank you. One point before I come to board member Whitletter, we did ask, one of the questions that came up were, well, what are surrounding folks doing? So I did ask our NGSBA rep, and 16 of the 21 boards in the county, or I guess 22, because she didn't include us, 16 of the 22 are fully in person. 4 are still virtual only, and then 1 has a hybrid, is operating, in addition to us, operating in a hybrid manner. So I just want to throw those numbers out there. Board member Whitletter, and then board member, board member Bergen. I didn't see your hand. Well, yeah, board member Bergen, and then board member Whitletter, and then board member Malspina.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to a few of the comments. The first, just to clarify, we did not pay a law firm to write this policy for us. They had it already for other clients and shared it with us. So we haven't spent money on this. The second is that when we got the form policy, we made several changes to try to make it more flexible for our district and our board. We removed the language that said you had to give your reason for why you were virtual and provide proof about it, because we didn't think that that was necessary. The policy is written so that, for example, I would need to pan the room and sit in front of a door to show that I was alone, and we made it more flexible for executive session when privacy and confidentiality were important, to allow people to use headphones instead to ensure privacy. We increased the number of virtual sessions that would be allowed we doubled it from 3 to 6. And then we also changed it so that there's like a blanket sort of statement at the end about, any other extenuating circumstances that the board president could decide that someone could go over that number, like we were thinking surgery or the birth of a child. Because of a concern about one person being able to make that decision, we changed it from only the board president making that decision to being the board president and the vice presidents together making that decision. I know not people will still think there could be a bias there, but that's a third of the board, and those are people who are elected to those roles. I don't know any other sort of process to set up for how to make that decision. And then the final thing is the issue of quorum. I think the reason why we really have to have a policy is because our lawyer is advising us that we need to have a quorum of board members in person. And without a policy, there's no structure in place for determining which board members are allowed to be virtual at any given meeting. And I think that because of the need for a quorum in person, that is sort of like self-limiting on the number of times any given person can be virtual, because we always have to have 5 people in the room. So anyway, those are, I just wanted to share how we got to where we were with the policy and how we tried to make it sort of looser and more flexible.
Thank you. Board member Whitletter, and then Malspina.
Just a couple things. So one, I know the public health emergency was lifted, but isn't New Jersey still in a state of emergency? That's my first question. And then just a point of clarification, like I'm happy to condone a policy that discusses our best practices when we are virtual, but I think limiting ourselves, saying that we can't have a quorum virtually when it's being done in many governing bodies because we are in a state of emergency. I mean, statute hasn't changed. So we could be in an environment post moving further away from COVID, where things might change. Maybe they're not going to require that people are in person. I don't know, but for us to preemptively do this when other governing bodies are hybrid, still fully virtual, some, yes, are requiring in person. I just think we shouldn't limit ourselves, restrict ourselves. We don't want to put ourselves in a position where for some reason we can't all be in person. Maybe there's a massive snowstorm and we have a meeting scheduled that this language says we can't have a quorum virtually. So that should be, in my personal opinion, removed. And I don't think that we should be limiting our board members to 6 virtual meetings. We already have board members who have exceeded that in 8 months, and that they are very well within the right to have done that because life happens. I don't understand why we're choosing to do this. It doesn't make sense, and I don't really know what the underlying motivations are.
Thank you. Before, I'm going to ask our council to respond, but one quick, I guess we probably should say, oh, it does, never mind. It does say annual. I was going to say I didn't see a year. So I just want to clarify that that number is for a calendar year. All right. Ms. Febres, there were two questions for
Just
you.
really quickly, just to respond to the two statements. So I can't speak to other districts, but the state of emergency is also requires, so with remote participation, you can meet virtually if during a state of emergency, the circumstances do not reasonably allow for you to safely conduct it in person. So you'd really have to assess whether or not, and I think given the prior few months that you have been meeting in person, that you can meet in person safely. So those are the little bit like nuances. So I can't speak to the circumstances surrounding the other districts, but I think what is known is that most districts are in person. As far as the second thing that you mentioned, which was, now I already skipped.
The state of emergency and then quorum.
Well,
The
that was
requirement for a
in-person,
quorum.
But that was
Right.
already.
And then the other one was, I guess, are we still in a state of emergency, even though the public health emergency
So I
is
think I
over?
addressed them both in the same, yeah, so it's where the circumstances reasonably allow you to do so. And in this case, you have been able to demonstrate that you can meet in person. And then going back to the quorum, and as Board Member Bergen mentioned before, it is a nice check and balance to make sure that you have a requisite amount of individuals to come and hold your meetings in person.
Thank you. Board Member Malaspina.
So two things. Right now, it is I want to just quote what you just said there, our council, and it said that it's a nice thing, but it is not a mandatory thing. And we have to follow the Open Public Meetings Act, which is what you referred to later. And the other governing bodies in our town also follow that same law, and they are virtual at times. So there is nothing saying that we cannot be virtual. Now, here's the thing, and I have made this clear. I am all in favor of virtual. What I am not in favor of is the stipulations that go along with it, which are the quorum, the amount of meetings, all of that. We need flexibility. We need to increase participation in our board meetings. We need to increase in people that can be able to run. And I think Caitlin has done, Board Member Whitletter has done a great job explaining some of those reasons why some of these stipulations are okay. Nobody is saying, I never said that we shouldn't put in our policy that it should be virtual. What I said is that all that needs to be in the policy is that we have the virtual option. We do not, there is no law, regulation, or anything that states that these stipulations have to be there. Those are being imposed by the board, not by anybody else. And that needs to be made very clear.
Thank you. Does anyone have any new comments regarding this policy or any other policies during the readout? Board Member Whitletter.
I guess my last question is just to all of us who have utilized virtual. The numbers show board member attendance has vastly improved. My question to all of us is, have we been any less productive? Because I think that when you look at the number of virtual meetings that many of us had, and when I went back in 2018, there were many meetings where there were only 5 people present, and I didn't realize that it was like that. So I've only known an environment where people show up, whether it's virtual or not, they're here. I don't believe that our board has been any less productive with people who have had to do it from the comfort of their home or wherever they are. So I just want to know, is there evidence that our board has become less productive in a virtual format, even though board engagement has increased?
Thanks. We can have that discussion during the next policy meeting. Folks want to send their comments. I'll just quickly say, as a person who runs these meetings, yes, it's harder to run a hybrid meeting than either fully virtual or have everyone in person. Board Member Wright.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you. In this policy, if what President Joshua is saying is true, then all we need is a policy that says that we can operate virtually. All of these other caveats and what I consider to be these paternalistic and draconian rules have to go. What data is driving the passing of this policy? Now, here's the thing. One statement says that a board member must immediately notify the board president, superintendent, and board secretary. Another sentence says advanced notice. That is vague and unclear. That means I can send an email at 5:30 when I discover I can't make it, which is immediate and advance notice at the same time, but I am relying on 3 people to see the email in enough time. Whoever drafted this doesn't have the attention to the detail or understand logistics and communications. I think this policy is absolutely unnecessary and it's done for many different reasons. But if it's done the way that President Joshua is saying, then what we need to do is go back, revisit this, and get the wording right. That the bottom line is, do our town councils and their respective committees have the same type of policies? If not, why are we recommending that our board have to follow these rules? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I will continue, by the way, to be virtual. And if I've used up my 6 times, what does that mean? What happens to me as an elected board member if I've gone 6 times being virtual? So I don't know if this is punitive or what it is, but whatever it is, it shouldn't be happening. We have bigger fish to be concerned with. We have the safety of our children, and you can say whatever you want. There are more important things to discuss rather than how we meet. And if we're meeting more often and with more people virtually, then we need to keep that up. And for these young people, I understand what babysitting services are. I volunteer my time, but it's exorbitant, and it's a lot for families. We need to forget.
Thank you. I just want to once again, and then since everyone's complaining about we're spending too much time on it, let me just add one more comment and then we can move on. The fact that it says the board president, superintendent, and board secretary is precisely because you don't need all 3 of them to see it. You only need 1. That's the whole point. If you only gave it to 1 person, as originally drafted, it said board president. By adding those additional people, it allows a flexibility that 1 of the 3 will see it. We also recognize, we talked about, do we want to define advance notice? We decided we don't, because advance notice depends on the situation. If I get on a train from the city and it leaves on time, and then we're stuck behind another train, that's when I realize I'm going to be late. And that's when I send my advance notice, right? If you know a week and a half from now that you're going to be late, then you say something, or that you're not going to be able to attend at all, that you're going to attend virtually, that's your advance notice. I don't think when we discussed this in the policy committee, there was a very brief discussion about defining advance notice, and we decided not to because we wanted to be flexible. So thank you. We'll move on to board member Siders with CNI.
Hello. Whoops. Hello. CNI met on Tuesday, August 16th. I'm not loud enough. All board members were present. We spent most of our meeting with the CNI presentation that we just viewed an hour or 2 ago. So my comments are going to be very short. For special services, wrapped up a successful ESY extended school year program this summer, and all enrolled students received an additional hour of compensatory or supplemental instruction to address areas of learning loss related to the pandemic. The department continues to work on interviewing and hiring candidates for open special services positions. The department is planning a full day of professional development for the child study team, and it will take place during staff orientation, focusing on protocols, practices, and compliance with the New Jersey Administrative Code. For access and equity, the department is looking to bring on some clerical aides to assist with the registration department. Always at the end of August, there's a rush of new students who need to be registered. So that will be the purpose of having these new folks come on board. We're still looking to hire direct. Sorry. Yeah.
Just a real quick clarification. We're not hiring new folks. We're giving hours to folks who don't normally work in the summers, who already work for us. Just one small point.
Thank you. The department is still looking to hire Director of Access and Equity. And Dr. Gilbert shared with the board, I believe in the Friday packet, the school culture and climate plans that will be distributed to the principals. Let's see, for the suspension moratorium update, Dr. Gilbert will act as the person to review all suspensions this year and will be partnering with principals regarding discipline. Board Member Bergen went through the policy, so I won't go through that. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. Board Member Whitletter.
Could you just walk us through the suspension moratorium? I know it says Dr. Gilbert's going to act as the person to review all suspensions this year, but could you kind of walk through that process? Because now that we had the moratorium or the sunsetting of the moratorium, that would be really helpful.
Thank you. Yes. And so we did discuss this with our principals and assistant principals during our district admin team summer meetings this week. And again, it'll be a similar process to last year where if schools are requesting suspensions for students based on code of conduct, they would send that request along with the applicable restorative practice to Dr. Gilbert for review, as they did with me last year. And Dr. Gilbert understands that an almost immediate review and response is required. Sorry. Sorry.
Thank you. Board Member Winkfield, Personnel.
The Personnel Committee met on August 17th. All members were present. We spent most of our time reviewing the items up for vote tonight, item 4333A through K. We reviewed appointments, separations at the time, understanding that this may have changed as hiring is a very fluid process this time of year. But at the time, there were 16 resignations and 6 leaves of absence. We also reviewed appointments, salary adjustments, transfers, reassignments, stipends, summer employment, and the perfect attendance rewards. This is a lengthy document because there's so many dynamic things happening in personnel over the summer. We got a comprehensive staffing update. Ms. Robinson provided us with a status report of all of our current vacancies and recruitment efforts. Again, while this number is likely to have changed since we met last week, at the time of the meeting, we had 44 vacancies with 26 in a pending status. And like all administrators across the country, folks in the district are working really diligently to complete their hiring goals before the start of the school year. Dr. Taylor gave us a summary on the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction search. There were 78 applicants, 20 were recommended for further review by Dr. Taylor, 10 were selected for phone screenings, 4 applicants were submitted for review by stakeholders. A candidate has been selected and put up for a vote this evening, and that information has been provided to the board for review. Dr. Gilbert provided us with an access and equity update, in particular around the registration, which is also experiencing high demand right now. The registration department has enlisted some of our district secretaries to assist with registration demands in the coming weeks. Dr. Gilbert also gave us an update on the access and equity director position. The candidate search is still in progress and final results are pending. We reviewed a question from a board member around the job description for the high school guidance counselor job description. While there was not will on the part of the committee to sort of revise that midstream as the process is already in place, There was a commitment on the part of the committee to review that job description as well as perhaps others to ensure that the duties are best aligned with the actual day-to-day functions of the role. And that's it.
Thank you. Board Member Malaspina.
I would like to understand, do we have an update as to how many people we still have left to hire? Are we still at 40 something or 20 something? And did we discuss at all, how we are going to meet the needs of our special ed students if these positions are special ed that we are still looking to hire? Because then we get into some legal aspects with IEPs and stuff like that. Was that at all brought to discussion?
Yes, we actually talk about that every day. Ms. Robinson and her team and I, we review where we are. And as the chairperson shared, it is the most dynamic that I've seen in my career. We're hiring dozens of people and making offers daily. We've also had some who you have processed as approved, and they've rescinded those offers because many candidates have multiple offers happening at the same time. I don't have specific numbers. I would want to be, very precise with giving a public update, but we will work on that information and get it to the board in the next Friday packet. Not tomorrow, of course, but next week. And maybe even be able to share it before then in a one-off email. I do know that, again, when in our committee meeting, we reviewed that our number of hires far exceeds our number of resignations. But again, with retirement, et cetera, it is a very dynamic circumstance. And we, of course, like every other school district in the country right now, we know that we're competing against one another. So we're very aggressive in pursuing the filling of these vacancies.
Thank you. Board Member Wright.
Yes, nothing about the personnel. I did have a question for Dr. Taylor, but we moved on so quickly and I didn't want to cut off Board Member Winkfield when she was giving her report. The question for Dr. Taylor is, when you talked about the moratorium, so the only thing that changed was something going to Dr. Gilbert, the suspension information going to Dr. Gilbert. Was that the only change in the moratorium?
So the moratorium, of course, it has timed out. So a lot of those report mechanisms and some of those pieces have timed out. But the update is that we're continuing with that methodology of collecting the information and reviewing it along with the applicable restorative practice. And Dr. Gilbert will be serving in that role this year to be a thought partner with those principals to also review. I think one of the outcomes that we shared during those presentations is that we knew that one of the impacts of the reductions of suspensions was the added layer of monitoring. So we're going to maintain that this year.
Thank you. Any other personnel questions for Board Member Winkfield? All right, thank you. All right, the FFT committee met Wednesday, the 17th, about 2.5 hours, I believe. I chaired in Board Member Valamani's absence, and Board Member Telesford sat in. We had a construction update, some of what Dr. Taylor alluded to earlier this evening regarding the status of the construction projects. We also had a budget analysis of the long-range facilities plan, and as well as an update on current expenditures versus projections versus current expenditures versus projections, as well as projections for the future, current expenditures versus the projected at that time, and then what our projections are going forward with the projects that are coming up for bid. We also had a bid calendar, if you will, of when those projects will be going on, and quite a few of them will be happening in the fall of this year. Part of that budget analysis showed that we are running about $500,000 over budget, and that there are some of the unexpected costs and anticipated unbudgeted costs so far, and that number is approximately 5 million. As the work continues, and one of our goals this evening is to provide this type of information to the board on a monthly basis. We talked about the change orders. There are 7 change orders up for approval this evening, collecting various elementary school, or various projects, so not just the elementary school. One of them of particular note is a negative number because we actually came in under budget. So the change order is to basically, I guess, refund us money. We also talked about some of the other projects and staging areas, and that we are going to continue to do, some patch-up work in parking lots in other areas, but also because of those staging areas, they'll get fully done at the end because when you have all the heavy equipment on site, those staging areas will get damaged. And so it's best to do some patching now to make sure it's safe, but the full scale of work on those type of areas will be done after those construction projects are completed. We also talked about the proposal for softball fields at Ritzer. Right now, the proposal is for 2 softball fields to be installed at Ritzer. That won't be done again. As I just said, that will be at least 2 years away because Ritzer will be used as a staging area when the Columbia High School renovations and addition are ongoing. There was a discussion about the angles about where the field should be. We saw other work that the architects have done in this type of space, and also additionally work on, and there was some conversations about turf and the type of turf, but that, again, this is 2.5 years away, so those discussions will be ongoing. A lot of transportation updates I already covered. One thing I will add here is that there was a profit for selling, and these are the 24s, Mr. Burnside, right? The smaller buses we sold, and then there's approximately, I'm doing this math quickly, just under or over $1 million, no, not $1 million, 15,000, over $100,000 profit for the sales of those buses, and the proceeds will be used to offset rising healthcare benefits, and there's a resolution discussing that on the agenda for this evening as well. We also discussed the possibility of having a public meeting regarding transportation, and those conversations are ongoing with other officials. We talked about the goals that are up for a vote this evening, both our facilities and integration goals 4340A and B. We also have I just talked about that resolution. And policies were covered by Board Member Bergen, so I'll skip that. And then lastly, there were new business conversations about renovations of the high school, the girls' locker room in the high school, as it relates to the proposal for Ritzer. So that concludes the FFT readout. Board Member Malspina.
Yes, thank you for that readout. Regarding, and I would like to state that I'm happy to see that we have finally moved towards getting updates on where we are in construction. It was nice to see the first one that came to us, and I would hope that possibly it could be made public. Regarding the very large $5 million construction overrun tab mentioned in the minutes, and that you just spoke about, I should note that this is only for those project bids that have already begun and doesn't include some of those that are still pending, if I get this right. As such, and given our fiduciary responsibilities to local taxpayers in both towns, what are the projections and expectations for this aggregate figure moving forward? And what are we doing about it, both now and in terms of the future budget planning and impact? Not least to those many projects we didn't initially fund through the recent bonds. I understand we can't move money around and plug holes, and assuming we have any availability to do so, but it's quite clear that it looks like on the surface, we are going to have to dig into the public pockets again. Was that discussed in this meeting? That number is scary. What is our plan moving forward to fix this? Or to deal with it?
Thank you for that, Board Member Malspina. In short answer, yes, the conversation occurred. I don't know how much I can divulge in this public setting because some of it relates to the ability for, might harm future bids that go out. But I can say, yes, the conversation happened.
Will we at all get an update? Because just because the conversation happened, it's not in the minutes. I don't know what's going on. And I'm told to read the minutes, so will
I
you be
just said-
sharing that?
This isn't the appropriate forum. So the answer is yes, but I can't answer it right now. Thank you. Any other questions on the finance meeting? All right, we'll now move on to the action portion of the meeting. This is a one.
Gotcha. Good evening, everyone. Again, we're going to move forward with our resolutions. From my understanding, we are severing the following: 4340B, 4341D, 4333E1. Are there any other requests to sever?
Board Member Mouseman, is that an old or new hand?
I can repeat them if you need me to.
I can, it is a new hand. It's, the one related to the bylaw 01, is that going, are we voting on that separately or is that,
It's a first read policy, so we're not really voting to adopt it tonight.
so we're
that'll
just
be-
having a discussion?
Right, and it's, yes,
Oh, okay.
thank you. Board Member Whitletter? Okay, thank you.
Just for everyone's information, 4340B, 4341D, 4333E1. I present to the board all other resolutions for considerations between 4333 and 4341.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? Appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. We're now in discussion for the above mentioned items, minus the ones that were severed. All right, seeing none, close discussion. Board Member, Ms. Burnside, can you call the roll on items 4333 through 4341 minus the severs?
Board Member Bergen,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wright,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the severed resolutions, I want to again remind everyone of the acknowledgements of memorials in 433A that the board just voted on publicly. Moving on to the severed resolutions, I put before the board for consideration and discussion 4340B. The first two? 4340B and 4341D.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All
I,
right. We're now in
just
discussion.
clarification, sorry. These are the ones that I'm recused from?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep. Any other questions, comments on these two resolutions? All right, close the discussion. Mr. Burnside, please call the roll on resolutions 4340B and 4341D.
Board Member Wright,
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Bergen,
Yes.
passes.
Thank you. Well, now, go ahead.
No, lastly, the last severed resolution is 4342B. 2023-33E1.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, we're now in discussion for the above item. Any comments, questions? Board Member Mousemain, is that an old or new hand?
Old hand.
Thank you. Seeing none, close discussion. Mr. Burnside, please call the roll on 4333E1.
Board Member Bergen,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
No.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter,
No.
Board Member Wright,
No.
motion passes.
Thank you. Now at the time for our second public speaks. Please note that public speaks is not a time for dialogue with the board. It's an opportunity for you to share a comment with the Board of Education. In addition, by law, administrators and Board of Education members are not permitted to publicly discuss personnel matters, student discipline, or other issues requiring confidentiality. While we may not respond to comments, all input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work of the Board of Education. The board requests that you state your name and town of your residence for the record. We'll set the time limit for 3 minutes for each speaker, and we ask that you respect that time limit. We must cut you off so it does not appear as if we're giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech. However, that protection this form does not protect you from the subject of your free speech pursuing libelous slander charges. And finally, all members of our community are asked to follow the chain of command. Ms. Bonds, just want to confirm, I don't see any additional names here. All right, that concludes the second public speaks. We'll now move on to new business. Any new business this evening? Board Member Whitletter and then Board Member Bergen.
First, I have 2 requests. So the first one being a request to have elementary and middle school student achievement data, just like we received this evening for Columbia High School. Just wanted to have a conversation with the board about that particular request and see if it's something that we have consensus on.
Thank you for that. I guess let me ask Dr. Taylor, how do you define elementary student achievement data? Because I know they don't get grades, like the failed data we just saw. So how would that be defined?
Yes, we already have this task as part of our annual agenda. It falls under the reporting out of the student information data from the NJSLA from the state reporting. And so when we receive that information to report out, we will, of course, add other district-based information to that. It's been a few years since we actually had this data, so we're excited to be able to break it down and share it.
Thank you. Board Member Bergen.
That was my hand up from new business, my new business. I don't know if we're done
Yeah,
with.
I think we just, the request for that data is part of the annual agenda. So as with the goal we just passed states, we'll follow the annual agenda and we'll get that presentation at the appropriate time. And for all board members, the annual agenda was on, it was earlier, I'm not going to remember the date off the top of my head, but we had it was given to us in a recent Friday packet.
Yeah.
So go back and look at that if you have questions. All right, so Board Member Bergen, I'm coming to you for your new business.
Okay, thank you. My new business is the aftercare situation in the district. I'm bringing it up because demand has outstripped the capacity of the Y for years, but for the last 2 years, the situation has gotten much worse. And again, this year, families that thought they had aftercare this September were just informed a few days ago that they do not. And I wanted to ask the board to do 3 things. The first is for this school year to explore offsite aftercare relationships with other providers and coordinate capacity with the Y at each elementary school. Other providers may have capacity, but they won't transport students unless there are enough students at one school. And the way that we have the overflow from the Y at each school, there may not be enough students at each school to meet that requirement to get a bus to another location. I also wanted to ask FFT and the board to reevaluate the on-site aftercare contract that we have with the Y going forward because of the chronic inability to meet the demand in the district. And third, if we do renew a contract with the Y, I suggest that we require the Y to provide equal access to registration for all district families. Currently, the Y gives priority to students in its own preschool program and its own existing aftercare programs. And that policy puts families that are in the district's preschool program at a disadvantage. And because the Y preschool program is not free, like the district now has a preschool program, that practice advantages families with financial means who use the Y in the race for affordable aftercare rather than the families that are in the district's existing preschool program.
Thank you. I just want to clarify because you broke up a little bit, but I think the first piece you said, not the first piece, regarding that third point was that the Y prioritizes Y families basically
Right.
to the
Not just
disadvantage.
Yeah, not just families that already have aftercare, but families that are in their preschool program over families that are in the district's preschool program.
Right.
Prioritize them over them.
Well, to make it basically open to everybody.
They get a chance to
'Cause
register
basically-
before other people, and then all the spots are
Yeah.
taken
It's
before.
a staggered enrollment process. So like people who have been with them go first, and then there's another group, and I don't know if it's 2 or 3, but there's definitely a bifurcated process.
There's at least
And
2.
it's very easy for a particular site. And I know, even pre-COVID, this was, as Board Member Bergen mentioned, a problem, but it was sort of centralized to 2 schools, Clinton and Tuscan, and now it seems to be a problem basically across the whole district. So that was, I think I summed that up. Board Member Bergen, right?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. But it's just we need to do something.
Okay, so for the first one, I think about having people there. I mean, opening it up to other sites this year. I think it's a conversation for the business office, along with that probably would also go to FFT because it's a facilities use issue.
Well,
The
I said
second
other
one,
offsite locations, relationships with other offsite locations.
Like not the Y.
right. So
Like-
offsite. So you're not talking about
Like
bringing
taking,
a different
transporting
people on
kids
site.
from our
Okay.
elementary schools to another location
Okay.
to have a formal relationship, because now there's some
Yep.
locations that may have space, but there's no way to get them there unless you
Yeah.
hire someone to drive your child every day from
Right.
school to aftercare.
Okay, so yeah, I still think that falls under the business office, and so it's probably a FFT issue, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to always be some challenges around the liability piece if you're trying to engage with an off-site third party and they're expected to transport students there, and we as the district are recommending them. So I would just ask Mr. Burnside to speak with the proper counsel just to make sure that our engagement protects the district from any extenuating liability from having someone else transport our kids to another entity.
I
Thanks,
just want to point out that we already do that with the Y. I mean, that we have a
Right.
history of doing that with the Y. They cut their offsite locations this year because of staffing problems, but we already allow the Y to transport students to their own location.
Thank you. I was just, that relationship was initiated prior to my arrival. So I just wanted to make sure we point that out as a concern for new partnerships. Thank you.
And I
Thank
think the
you.
other piece there is that there's, and I don't know the liability issue there, but and so I'm not going to speculate on it. So I think that's just because they've been with a long-time partner. So I think there's a difference between liability versus a new partner. So I think that's probably just for consideration, but you're right. It shouldn't stop us from moving forward. Board Member Siders?
I support this suggestion. Thank you, Board Member Bergen. I'm not sure if you stated as an option of looking at, I guess, a vendor who would use the district space in the buildings to supply aftercare services as well.
Right. So I think the problem is this year, I think the available space is already contracted out. So I don't know you can contract it out
for-
again. Right. But going forward, yeah. And I
Yeah.
think that goes to the second point was revisiting the idea of opening it up to other people, I guess making it a more competitive bidding process, and that will go through FFT.
Right. And I remember when the district had its on-site aftercare program and the Y had their program. And I believe if you were part of the Y program, they would come and get you and drive you to the Y. So there was off-site and then it was on-site. So as a parent who took advantage of that for many years, I totally understand the struggles that families are going through right now.
Thank you. Board Member Malspina.
I would like to echo my support of us doing everything we can to help these families. As a parent who had to take advantage of it myself, I know how hard this is, and it is disheartening to have it that almost every year now we are seeing that there is a problem. Now, I understand that getting people is hard, and paying people is hard, but I also want to have we talked at all about looking at getting some of our teachers to supplement or help out, or paying them to add additional space or additional help? Because it used to be that some of the people that were staffed were teachers. So I'm just trying to understand if there is anything been done about looking for ways that we can support them in staff, or that we can supplement and have our own staff doing some of these type of things, because we can't continue down this road of every year parents being told at the last minute they don't have childcare.
Thank you. Dr. Taylor, could respond?
Yeah, so I would just share again that, and remind the board that part of our work last year was bringing Beyond the Bell back and bringing it into, under our umbrella. And so Beyond the Bell has many of our staff members as part of their after-school programming. There, of course, they normally launch a little bit later in the year, probably in the next month or so. But there are a lot of our staff members who work for Beyond the Bell, which serves as an after-school program as well.
Thank you. Board Member Bergen, anything new related to this new business item?
Well, I just want to say Beyond the Bell is a wonderful program, but it's not a solution to our
Thank you.
childcare problem.
I was going to say the same thing.
The comment was that Beyond the Bell is not in and of itself a solution.
While it's wonderful and I appreciate it,
Right.
and I'm
Yes.
grateful for it, it's not the answer. It's not the whole answer.
Not the whole thing.
No, I apologize. I didn't want to just bring up, I should have said your whole comment, not just the critique part. So you did say wonderful things about the program, so I just want to acknowledge that. Any other comments on this new business? Board Member Telesford.
I just want to commend all the board members that went through with the renaming of Delia Bolden Elementary.
Hold on. Oh, so this is new business. So I just want to make sure there's no comments on this new business
Okay,
before we go to
okay.
new business.
I have comment on the old business.
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
sorry.
Go ahead, Board Member Wright. I was coming to you next.
Okay, I was wondering if we can recommend that the administration design a plan to address before and after care, and it will generate some revenue as well.
Thanks for that. I think that definitely sounds like a negotiations issue. So I'll leave it there. Thanks. All right. Any other new business? Okay. Board Member Telesford.
I guess just wanted to commend all the board members that went through with the naming of Delia Bolden Elementary. The board received a lot of hate mail. A lot of it was actually directed at me and some of my family members. And I guess it's easy to retreat and then run away from this type of stuff, because it actually can be quite scary when you get that type of stuff. However, I did receive one email from someone that kind of changed my whole perspective and makes me feel much more positive. So I got this from a man that lives in Hawaii, And he wrote, Dr. Telesford, I was so pleased to see that the item about Delia Bolden Elementary in your role in the name change sent him by your friend is vital, by your friend. It's vital that your voice and Ms. Bolden's voice and countless others are heard over and over until we truly make progress towards equity, equality, and justice. I attended the old Jefferson Elementary back in 1976, 1977, and 1978, 79 for kindergarten and second grade. My father had a sabbatical at Stanford. And remember, excellent teachers are a very connected and involved community. Mrs. Chin, my second grade teacher, shared her Chinese heritage and food with us. And my mother participated in the extravagant productions of Oklahoma and Pirates of Penzance by the PTA. Although my path has taken me far from the eastern slope of South Mountain, I remember it fondly. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to your community and our nation. Aloha. So I just want people to know that, yes, there's going to be lots of hatred, and it's very easy to avoid that by not wanting to go through with these things that are contentious. And so I just wanted to make sure that you know that people see what we're doing and they support what we're doing.
Thank you for that. Any other new business this evening? Yes, so I'm just making sure there's no one else before I come to me, and then I'll come to you, Board Member Willetter. Okay, so mine would be very quick. Our council has recommended that the board follow our policy on public speaks, which is to dedicate the first public speaks to items on the agenda and the second public speaks for anything else. I just wanted to raise that and just basically ask the policy committee to review our policy on our public speaks or public participation in public speaks, which I believe is 0167, which is a bylaw. And at that time, have a discussion about that advice is also how we want to move forward, because I know that the Strauss estimate version does not break out a first or a second public speaks, but I do know it's an established best practice among boards of education. So thank you for that. And then I'll ask our council to opine maybe later. You want to do it now? Later?
This is definitely something that the board, right, can decide to go either way. It's really more for just efficiency. At the beginning of the meeting, if you can find the comments to agenda items and make sure that all those individuals who want to speak as to something that you're about to vote on, you get to hear those comments first so that they're taken into consideration when you do vote. And the second period could be for anything and everything, right? So, I mean, it's going to come into those situations where you have like a really packed agenda and there's a lot of items to get to. So you want to make sure you're getting to hear those comments first and foremost. But again, it's up to the board. It was just more of a recommendation for efficiency.
Thank you. So I'll ask the policy committee to review that. Board Member Whitletter.
Okay, great. So my new business, just as a request, I wanted to request that Michael Alves come back and meet with the board this fall. Now that it's official, one of our district goals is obviously opening up Delia Bolden as kindergarten in September 2023. And I think Michael Alves's perspective and his support in helping us do that successfully is really vital. And I also think at this point now, we do have enough feedback where we can bring the feedback we receive from community members to Mr. Alves and ask him to opine on, different solutions or strategies on how we can continue to evolve and improve the intentional integration model. I know that this is what he's doing in other districts that have been really successful in this. He doesn't necessarily go away. He's there as an expert for us to lean on. So my request is that he come back and meet with all of us this fall.
Thanks for that. I believe integration plan is part of the annual agenda as well. So we'll have that. We'll look see where that falls in there, and we'll stay in line with that practice. All right. But obviously we'll have them. We also have the two surveys that are done in January and May. And one of the goals is about identifying how to do that separation between Marshall and Delia Bolden by February 28th. So we'll stay in line with the annual agenda to make that happen. Any other new business this evening? All right, seeing none, I'd like to make the following two motions. The first is to, hold on, I adjourn first and then exec and then adjourn. Okay, all right. I'd like to make a motion to, whoops, hold on, new words. I'd like to make the following motion, whereas while the Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meetings Act requires all meetings of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to be held in public, and JSA 10-4-12B sets forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session or closed session without the public being permitted to attend. And whereas the board has determined that some issues permitted by NJSA 10-412B to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed during an executive or closed session. And whereas the 9 exceptions open to the public set forth are listed below, and the exceptions for this particular one are related to litigation and what's the other one? And negotiations. So whereas what?
I'm not sure everyone knows that we're going back.
Yeah, it'll be quick. But we're not, so let me finish the motion, I'll explain the reasoning. Whereas the length of the executive session is TBD, after which the board will adjourn for the evening, right? Okay, okay. And then, but we're not coming back. Do we have to come back? We have to come back. Okay. Whereas the length of the executive session is estimated to be 20 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board will reconvene and proceed with adjournment. Now therefore be resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education will go into executive session for the above stated reasons only, and be it further resolved that the board hereby declares that its discussion of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? All right, that appears to be unanimous.
Are we going back in, just for point of understanding, are we going into closed with the link that you already had from the last
Yes.
time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, thank you. We're now adjourned to a closed session. All right, welcome back. I'd like to make the following motions. Well, motion. The Board of Education will meet in public session Thursday, September 29th, 6:30 PM in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, as well as using an online video conference platform. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move into closed session in the superintendent's office, 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel, matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal, negotiation, and other matters that may arise or require discussion, which will be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be 7:30 PM here in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, as well as using an online video conference platform, which will include hearings of individuals and delegates. Action will be taken. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, we are adjourned at 11:23 PM, Thursday, August 25th. Enjoy the rest of your summer. See you all soon. Take care.